intermission. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
Heard it in the wind last night, sounded like applause. Did you get around resounding for you way up here? Seems like many dim years ago since I heard that face to face, or seen you face to face. Though tonight I can feel you here. I got these notes on butterflies and lilac sprays from girls who just have to tell me they saw you somewhere. In some office sits a poet, and he trembles as he sings, and he asks some guy to circulate his soul around. On your mark, red ribbon runner, the caressing rev of motors finely tuned like fancy women in 30s evening gowns. Up the charts, off to the airport, your name's in the news, everything's first class. The lights go down and it's just you up there, getting in to feel like.
Ladies and gentlemen, please start to find a seat. We will begin in 5 minutes.
Remember the days when you used to sit and make up your tunes for love, and pour your simple sorrow to the sound all on your knee. And now you're seen on giant screens and at parties for the press, and for people who have slices of you from the company. They toss around your latest golden age speculation. Well, who's to know if the next one in the nest will glitter for them so? I guess I seem ungrateful with my teeth sunk in the hand that brings me things I really can't give up just yet. Now I sit up here, the critic, and they introduce some band, but they seem so much confetti looking at them on my TV set. Oh, the power and the glory, just when you're getting a taste for worship, they start bringing out the hammers and the boards and the nails. I heard it in the wind last night, sounded like applause. Chilly now, end of summer, no more shiny hot nights. It was just the arbutus rustling and the bumping of the logs, and the moon swept down black water like an empty spotlight.
If you're traveling,
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat so that we may begin on time. We will begin in 3 minutes.
on the borderline, remember me to one who lives there, for she once was a true love of mine.
See for me that her hair's hanging down, it curls and falls all down her breast. See for me that her hair's hanging down, That's the way I remember her best.
If you go when the snowflakes fall, when the rivers freeze and summer ends, please see for me if she's wearing a coat so warm to keep her from the howling wind.
If you're traveling in the North Country Fair,
We will begin in 1 minute.
hit heavy on the borderline, please say hello to one who lives there. For she was once a true love of mine. Traveling in the North Country Fair, where the winds hit heavy on the borderline, remember me to one who lives there. For she once was a true love of mine. True love of mine.
A true love of mine.
True love of mine.
True love of mine.
Yeah, true love of mine.
A true love of mine.
She was once a true love of mine.
Sam Stone came home to his wife and family after serving in the conflict overseas. And the time that he served had shattered all his nerves and left a little shrapnel in his knee. But the morphine eased the pain and the grass grew around his brain and gave him all the confidence he lacked. With a purple heart and a monkey on his back, there's a hole in Daddy's arm where all the money goes. Jesus Christ died for nothing, I suppose. Little pitchers have big ears, don't stop to count the years. Sweet songs never last too long on broken radios. Sam Stone's welcome home didn't last too long. He went to work when he'd spent his last dime, and Sammy took to stealing when he got that empty feeling for $100 habit without overtime. And the gold rolled through his veins like 1,000 railroad trains, and eased his mind in the hours that he chose, while the kids ran around wearing other people's clothes. There's a hole in Daddy's arm where all the money goes. Jesus Christ died for nothing, I suppose. Little pitchers have big ears, don't stop to count the years. Sweet songs never last too long on broken radios. Sam Stone was alone when he popped his last balloon, climbing walls while sitting in a chair. Well, he played his last request while the room smelled just like death, with an overdose hovering in the air. But life had lost its fun, and there was nothing to be done but trade his house that he bought on the GI Bill for a flag-draped casket on a local hero's hill. There's a hole in Daddy's arm where all the money goes. Jesus Christ died.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We are beginning.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. You'll be pleased to know that we're having the first annual meeting of Fiduciaries Anonymous at 2 o'clock. Oh, no, right, sorry. All right, so I guess you could say yesterday was the big conversation, and today in some ways we're going to get down to lots of, now I know all you entrepreneurs are going to be really mad at me for saying it this way, lots of small actions that are going to contribute to the solution to the big problems. And it's really important that we change gears, roll our sleeves up, push ourselves to find ways to engage and get as much done as possible. Only one metric of that is dollars changing hands, but it is a very important metric. So I did want to tell you that there are about 600 people at this event. About 300 of you are from Colorado. In one of the breakout sessions this afternoon is designed for a kind of statewide Colorado. Michael Brownlee, is the word organizing too formal? Yes. Well, something's going to happen over at the Hub this afternoon with a bunch of Colorado people. The Hub only holds about 150-ish people, and there are 300 Coloradans here. So we're just going to see what happens. We don't expect everybody from Colorado to want to go to the Colorado organizing meeting because there's a lot of other great things happening this afternoon that you're all going to want to go to. So I did want to mention one logistical thing, the E-Town location. So we have 5 breakouts this afternoon. 2 of them are right here, meaning 2 sessions, one right after the other. This is one of the locations. Rembrandt Yard, where some of you were for the reception the other night, which is just almost a block away, but it's a very short walk. And we'll have volunteers posted outside to steer you places. So there are 2 different breakout sessions in Rembrandt Yard on the 2nd and 3rd floor. And then I mentioned the Hub is where the Colorado session is, and that's a few blocks away. And then over this way is E-Town, Nick Forrester's new home, and that's 3 short blocks over this way. And again, we'll have volunteers pointing you in the direction. These are all very short walks. I think that's enough of that. This piece of paper, which is in the back of your program, just to be really clear, it's in your program, but it does rip out, hopefully neatly. And this is your ballot for the Entrepreneur of the Year Award. It's really important if you want to vote. After you see all the entrepreneurs, you're going to get to vote and then put their ballot boxes on the way out. And I believe the ballots have to be in the boxes by 1:45 to be counted. So please do that. because your vote is going to help determine who gets $50,000 at the end of the day. Let's see, what else? I think the only, so a few people asked me to read the Bobby Kennedy quote, and I'm not going to because it's too long. No, I'm serious, because we have to get on with the business of the day. But I am going to read the first sentence and a half, just to get of it. And when I read it, you have to really be aware that this was a man running for president of the United States, and he said this during his campaign. He said it in a public forum, not late at night when he was scribbling in his journal. We will find neither national purpose nor personal satisfaction in a mere continuation of economic progress, in an endless amassing of worldly goods. We cannot measure national spirit by the Dow Jones average, nor national achievement by the gross national product. And it goes on from there and gets very deep and poetic and beautiful. So if you've never seen that quote, you really should Google it and have it as part of your thoughts. Last thing, because today is the day we're going to be seeing all the entrepreneurs, and some of us are going to be making investment decisions or beginning the process of making investment decisions. The word speculation comes up when you have discussions of investing, and let's say the old way of investing and a new way that we're trying to figure out, which would have reciprocity and what was Carlos what was this thing about happy versatility? So I don't know how you invest and have happy versatility in your heart and mind, but I think it would be a good thing. So every investment is a speculation. And I think the question is what it's going to be a speculation on. Is it going to be a speculation on how much money you can make, how quickly? Or is it going to be a speculation on, let's say, the place of Homo sapiens on this planet? Or what kind of world we want? And I think you're going to get a bunch of opportunities to make the latter kind of speculation today when you see the entrepreneurs on the stage. So there's nothing wrong with speculation. I think you just have to be the right kind of speculation. All right. Brian Welch, dear friend, publisher at Ogden Publications, Mother Earth News, Atney Reader, a wonderful person who has a really deep and broad view of our culture. And he's here to share a few of his thoughts with us this morning before we have a few gentle sets of remarks before we get into the Entrepreneur Showcase. So Brian, come on up.
Good morning. Good morning. It's a great honor to be here. I was thinking when I decided to come over here about being introduced to the slow money concept. I was really slow to really pick up on what he was talking about, mostly because I'd had 3 martinis when he started talking about it the first time we had this conversation. He'd forced me to have 3 martinis by having 3 martinis himself, and because I admire Woody's masculinity, I had to have 3 as well. And then he started talking about slow money, and he started talking about slow money in the way Woody has, which is very humble and very measured and very precise, and all of those are qualities I don't particularly respect. So I'm 3 martinis in, I'm trying to follow this, and I'm not getting there at all. But the next night I'm out with a group of farmers, and Woody's giving the same speech in the same measured and precise and careful way that he does. And I'm again a couple of drinks in and bored out of my mind. And I'm looking around, though, and I'm seeing all these people, and they're deeply moved, and they're listening with rapt attention. And I do really like rapt attention, so I tuned in at that point, and found that, in fact, what I'd been missing was that the slow money conversation and Woody's relation of that conversation is really a very practical solution to an existential problem. In the next 8.5 minutes, I'm going to do what I can to make you want to die. The people who laughed at that are people who've heard me speak before. They've seen me do it in 30 minutes. They don't know if I can do it in 10, but I'm going to give it my best shot. There's a really fundamental issue confronting us all. We all know about, pollution and overpopulation and basically the exhaustion of the planet's resources and the destruction of our habitat. And all of those things are somewhat daunting, but manageable with the science we already know. What's not manageable with the science we already know is the economic problem. A couple of years ago, worldwide productivity went down 1/2 point. Worldwide markets sank 13% over the same time period. Our economies are a motor tuned very much to rapid expansion and growth. And without expansion, which of course is accomplished at the expense of resources, you all know this, without expansion, we don't know how to create prosperity. That's a problem we haven't solved yet. So I'm really, I'm encouraging every smart young person I know to study economics rather than any other discipline, because it really is the most fundamental challenge facing us. The brilliance, the astonishing wisdom within the slow money idea, from my perspective, is that it describes something like the DNA of a brand new economic idea. An economic idea where value is conferred in a brand new way, based on all of the effects of the creation of the product, based on all of the ways of enjoying and savoring that product, based on the knowledge not only of the producers but of the consumers. And this DNA is described pretty fully in the slow money concept. And so after I sobered up and spent some time reading and thinking about what this slow money thing was all about, it dawned on me this is actually a super important thing and a great honor for me to be here and associated with it. Well, it's more exciting and more vexing than I think we're most of the time letting on. So let's imagine that we miraculously solve the riddle and cure cancer tomorrow. In the next 12 months, we'll have to build the equivalent of an additional New York City metropolitan area because we cured cancer. That's the additional population which will survive the 12 months due to that presumably positive and miraculous accomplishment. If, as some people think, we're going to dramatically extend human lifespans in the next few decades. Well, if tomorrow the average human lifespan went to 120 years, next year we would build 8 New York cities in addition to the expansion that's already occurring. Now that's all the sidewalks and all the buildings and all the sewage treatment, not to mention all the infrastructure to provide food and medicine and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the impact of accomplishing, again, another miracle, continuing human expansion. We've done a phenomenal job of that. I mean, we're really an amazing creature, faster, stronger, louder than any other living thing that we know of in the universe. We've populated virtually every habitable inch of the planet because we're so successful. And now for the first time, as far as we know, in the history of the universe, a living thing is up against a limit it understands. We are the only species in the universe, as far as we know, that can conceptualize its own impact on its habitat. You and I have the great good fortune of being here as we begin to grapple with that capability and with the responsibility that goes with it. I raise cattle and sheep and goats on a little place in Kansas. And I got started when I was about 8 years old. I went to work for a neighbor following milk goats around in the desert. And I thought immediately, I wander around in the desert, these milk goats are eating mesquite beans and acacia leaves, and I bring them in, and then they're giving this amazing rich milk. And I think it's a miracle. And I also knew that when the little boy goats got up to a certain age, we were responsible for killing them. And I found that the magic, the alchemy in the whole agricultural process was tied up with this idea of mortality. And as I've been reading, these predictions that our lifespans are going to get much longer, and as I think about the population, I myself said, well, okay, let's say we have a practical choice between reproduction and immortality. Which one would I choose? And my conclusion is I would choose mortality. And in that instant, I had a completely new view of my own life. And I was happier in that instant because death was no longer something to be feared, just on a personal level. Suddenly it was my opportunity for heroic death because in some sense, Each one of our deaths will be heroic when we leave space and resources for other human beings, other living things. And in that context, it seems to me, a whole new human mythology could grow, because we have to grow up now. We're truly responsible for the resources we consume. We're truly, deeply responsible for our decisions. We're truly responsible for leaving and leaving room and allowing nature to continue to innovate in its brilliant, irreplaceable, unreproducible way. And I love that idea of each and every one of us having the potential to die heroically, intentionally, at some point that, thankfully, most of us will get to choose. I'm going to choose that. And I hope I can convince other people to think of death in sort of the same way. About every fall, about 50 fundamentalist Muslim men come to my farm, and we all go out in a pasture together and we kill 30 or 40 young rams. This is part of their ceremony, their annual feast called Eid al-Adha, which is a reproduction of the Abraham and Isaac story. You may know it. Abraham was asked by God to go kill his son on the altar. He so faithfully gets out there. He's got Isaac on the altar. He's ready to cut his throat. And God says, you know what? Go get that young ram out of that bush and sacrifice it instead. Previously, I always read that as some kind of strange and somewhat perverse depiction of the importance of faith in God. Then it occurred to me that what it really is an illustration of how the death, the bloodletting, the pain, the passing of each of those animals in this very intimate way, in this very intimate setting, is a reminder of what they give for us and what we in turn owe creation, God, the planet. In that light, I really savor that weekend once a year when I sell those rams to this Muslim community. And they bring all these young boys, it's all men because of the way they do things, but they bring all these young boys in, and these are urban graduate students and whatnot. But they teach each of these young kids how to kill a sheep by hand and skin it and section it and take it away. I think there's something really profound in that knowledge, something that sets a higher standard for our recognition of the animal sacrifice and the necessity of our own mortality. With that in mind, I will urge you all to join me in going out and trying to convince the people you know in the world in a joyful and an enthusiastic and a passionate way to be concerned about the planet, to do what they can for future generations. In fact, to grapple with the question of their own mortality. I'll say just very quickly, Mother Earth has been the fastest growing big magazine in North America 2 out of the last 4 years. And I'm going to quote one new statistic just so you get an idea of who it is we're engaging in this. Mother Earth news readers are 95% more likely than the average American to describe themselves as very liberal, and they are 85% more likely than the average American to describe themselves as very conservative. So I urge you to open your minds and open your hearts, and I thank you for having me here. Thanks so much.
Dang, that was beautiful, wasn't it? Well, it's my deep pleasure to welcome Janie Hoffman up to the stage. Hang on a second. No, you can come up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. So 4 years ago at the first Slow Money, the inaugural, the first time we got together as a national group of people who didn't know each other, there was this person sitting kind of over there somewhere with a beaming face. Here's the beaming face. And I'm going, who is that? Who is that person? She's just sitting there the whole time. Turns out Janie was just getting ready to start her company. The happy story is she did get some money from some Slow Money people. She's been extremely generous in giving back to Slow Money for all kinds of reasons. So it's a great privilege. We'll say a little something about the Entrepreneur of the Year Award after Janie speaks, and then we'll get on with the showcase. So Janie, thank you so much for coming.
I'm not up here. It is an absolute joy and privilege, and I am filled with so much gratitude to be here and to be a part of this incredibly important movement. And I thank you, Woody, for making this all possible for all of us. As Woody's said, my name is Janie Hoffman, and in addition to being a small farmer in rural San Diego, where all of our produce goes into our local CSA, I am also the CEO and founder of Mama Chia. We are an organic chia-based food and beverage company, and we created the first-to-market chia seed beverage. So I just want to ask, how many folks know what chia seeds are? Oh, ooh, my crowd. So how many folks are already eating or drinking chia now? All right. Yes. So I love that so many of us now know what an amazing ancient grain this really is. It's incredible. So Mama Chia is a very proud founding member of Slow Money. In fact, we were the first company to spread the Slow Money love by putting the Slow Money logo on every single one of our beverages and snacks. And I'm soon going to be introducing you to another company that's now doing so, and I'm hoping there's going to be many more to come. Mama Chia is also a certified B Corporation, and we're a member of 1% for the Planet. In fact, 1% of our gross sales go right off the top, go back to support our local food systems and our small food enterprises. So yay! I agree, thank you. As Woody said, so back in 2009, when I first read the Slow Money Principles, wow, I knew I needed to be a part of this movement. And I didn't know what that was going to look like or what that really meant, and I don't know if any of us really did, and I'm sure there's plenty of us that still aren't sure what that really means, but I was all in. And I knew I needed to be at that inaugural gathering in Santa Fe, and I am so thankful that I listened to my soul and that I went, because it was one of the most defining moments of my life. The relationships that have been born and cultivated within the Slow Money community are some of the most powerful and beautiful relationships that I've ever experienced. So I thank you all for that. And so the next year, in 2010, I was one of the presenting entrepreneurs. And this was before Mama Chia had any product on shelves. In fact, truth be known, I'll tell you now, I didn't say this then, but we hadn't even figured out how to take my kitchen recipes and bottle them. In fact, we had had one disastrous test run after another, but that didn't stop me. I was determined to make this happen. So let me take a sip here. So with that, what was really also kind of interesting is just 2 days before presenting at Shelburne Farms, I had my very first sales meeting, and that was with our local buyer at Whole Foods. And it was a really intense meeting, but she did make it clear that she was very, very supportive of Mama Chia and that she wanted to take us throughout the entire region. And then my second sales call, if you will, actually happened at Shelburne Farms in this kind of funky trailer on the property with Mike Cantor, who is the owner of Cambridge Naturals. Where is Mike? Where are you, Mike? I know he's here somewhere. He was so incredible. He became our cheerleader in the biggest way, and he reached out to his entire network. And, this is a gentleman who is beloved and admired within the natural foods community and really became our champion and opened up doors for us on the East Coast that were just beautiful and profound. So fast forward, 3 years later after I had been presenting, this very beautiful and generous community of Slow Money has invested $500,000 in Mama Chia. It's just incredible. And yeah, absolutely. And Mama Chia is now one of the best-selling beverages. We are ranked 7th in the natural channel, and we're already ranked 11th in the mass mainstream grocery store channel. And this is in a very crowded category that has behemoths like Coca-Cola's Odwalla and PepsiCo's Naked and Campbell's Bolthouse. But the most amazing and the most important part about Mama Chia's success is that we are able to give back even more, and that we are able to be of greater service and of greater support, to Slow Money, to our local food movement, to these very important small food enterprises. So necessary right now for the health and well-being of our souls, but also the soul of our planet. So with that, I would like to introduce to you my neighbor, Frank Golbeck. He is the CEO and founder of Golden Coast Mead, and not meat, mead, and he's going to tell you how he's making a difference in our local food movement. There you go, Frank.
Good morning, and thank you, Janie, for the introduction. As Janie said, I'm Frank Golbeck, CEO, co-founder, and head mead maker at Golden Coast Mead in San Diego. Golden Coast Mead makes and sells mead. Mead, spelled M-E-A-D, is what you get when you take honey, mix it with spring water, ferment that mix, you get the oldest alcoholic beverage in the world. We're passionate about mead, about making and getting you the best mead you've ever had, even if you've never had it. We're passionate about the magic of its quality, the magic of its history, the way it brings community together around a place, and how by drinking it, we can all help save the bees. Our company's story has been a story of growth that's deliberate and slow. We started renting space in a local winery after making it in our basement in college. We were selling in 5 shops locally. Now we're in our own licensed facility, selling in 45 shops and discussing distribution in our region with Whole Foods and Sprouts markets. Slow Money has revolutionized the trajectory of our business's growth. It's given us the space to imagine a future for our company that doesn't involve a sales event or an acquisition, but instead allows us to grow intentionally. We see Slow Money, this network, as a vital community that has connected us with local slow capitalists who are aligned with our vision, and we hope all the entrepreneurs in the room see the potential that this network has. We believe in the power of this network so much that we've put the Slow Money logo on our label too, and we want all the other entrepreneurs to do the same. That way we'll have the opportunity to address our communities when we go home and share our passion and our product about how this network has grown this movement, and we want to spread it even faster. We hope too that the community of entrepreneurs, responsible businesses, and financiers gathered here are taking advantage of the tool set that Slow Money has laid out. Marco Evangelisti has written about the royalty-based loan, which has been critical for the growth of Golden Coast Mead. A royalty is a loan repaid and a premium made from a percentage of the recipient company's revenues. This arrangement is very useful and powerful for a small company that has entered the market, begun selling, but may not have the valuation that makes equity sales attractive. Since the royalty loan is based off a percentage of revenue, it allows the recipient company to focus on the product, the process, and growing the business. Servicing the debt is a byproduct of growth and success. My sharing the stage with Mama Chia today is symbolic of how our economy is shared between larger and smaller players. All of us are in it together. We have the opportunity to unite behind this Slow Money movement and begin to put our economy and our culture back into balance, the way Rudolf Steiner spoke about nearly 100 years ago as critical to human happiness and justice. We hope that the relationship between Mama Chia and Golden Coast Mead inspires everyone here to make relationships while they're at Slow Money that they take home and begin to shape the economy and culture that we all need in our regions and neighborhoods. Thank you for the chance to share a bit of our story and passion. I look forward to meeting you all and hearing about yours. Cheers.
All right, before Michael Bartner comes up, a very quick, another round of applause. Well, more, you know what? It's not just about the applause, it's about the heart and the feeling. So Janie, very, very generously, as you've heard, is giving money through the 1% for the Planet program. And in talking about how to do that, we kind of hatched the idea for the Entrepreneur of the Year Award. So you all know it's $50,000. $25,000 is from Mama Chia, and then $25,000 was raised through the, formerly known as the Soil Trust, as of yesterday and today, now known as Gather Round. We did raise about $30,000 at the end of last year in some test marketing, and so we matched Janie's $25,000, and that's where the $50,000 is coming from that we're going to give away later today. So thank you, Janie. For those of you who don't know who Michael Bartner is, we'll just say that none of us would be here today if it wasn't for Michael Bartner. Mike.
We want to pause for a few moments to acknowledge the many wonderful partnerships that make an event like this, a community like this, possible. Our first thanks goes to Investor Circle, the national angel network that is dedicated to sustainability and which served as the incubator of Slow Money. We want to give big hugs to our many new friends at Whole Foods, which has been extremely generous in both time and money across the country. We're looking forward to exploring collaboration with their local producer loan fund, which over the past few years has made over $8 million in loans to 139 small food enterprises. Thanks to Brian Welch at Ogden Communications for his leadership support that has helped on so many levels. A special thank you to Janie Hoffman and Mama Chia, not only for donating through the 1% for the Planet program, but her active collaboration and support for the Entrepreneur of the Year Award. Thank you, Janie. Thanks to Michael Brownlee for the pioneering work of localization partners and for his leadership in the Front Range food system. We're very glad to be partnering this year with New Hope Natural Media and Dave Kingsbury. Their help getting the word out was instrumental. Don Schaefer, thank you and the whole RSF social finance team for backing Slow Money from the very beginning. Rebecca Callahan-Klein and Trina Peterson. We're honored to have 1% for the Planet as a partner. Thanks to Birgit Cameron and Stephen Billings of Patagonia. We're looking forward to exploring future collaboration. Thank you, George Seaman, for Organic Valley's leadership and for your steadfast support. Thanks to Chelsea Green for bringing the work of such important thought leaders to the general public, including Joan Gussow, Gary Nabben, Carlo Petrini, Elizabeth Yu, and of course, Woody. And listen to this, we've even got some fiduciaries as sponsors. Yeah, we do. They are a great group of genuine leaders in social investing. Andy Wallerstein and Julia Peters of Avalon Trust, Matt Patsky at Trillium Asset Management, Jackie Mason at Federal Street Advisors, Eric Becker at Clean Yield, David Wolf and Casey Verbeck with BSW Wealth Partners, and Steve Sheath at First Affirmative right here in Boulder. Hal Brill with Natural Investments. Hal lives in Pioneer, but his firm is national. David Hills with Various Wealth Partners, and Joel Solomon with Renewal. We've also had help for this event from several foundations, thanks to Orfalea Foundation, Solidago Foundation, Sandy River Charitable Trust, and Wells Fargo Foundation. A special thanks to Theo Ferguson and Vital Systems, Iroquois Valley Farms, Liquid Common, the Humane Society, Rudy's Organic Bakery, Flatirons Bank, and Marone Bio-Innovations. We've also had tremendous help from many marketing and in-kind partners, which time does not permit me to recognize individually from the stage, but who are listed in your program materials. Please take a moment and peruse their logos because we could not have done this without their help. And last but not least, special thanks to Lance and Anna Hansen, founding Slow Money members from Jack Rabbit Hill out in Hotchkiss, Colorado. They donated biodynamic wine for the reception on Sunday night. I might have it on good authority from Woody that their vodka is something special as well. Okay, so please join me in giving a warm round of applause to these generous individuals and organizations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is what the movement's all about.
Good morning, fellow fiduciaries. Can we have one good morning, fellow fiduciaries? So what have we learned thus far? One, I think we've learned that Woody is soon going to offer a mastery level in Italian, right? Because we've learned that everything that is said in Italian is so much more engaging that if we as change makers could learn Italian, we'd have no problem changing the world. Second, I think we've learned that we all need to drink more mead martinis, apparently. And maybe thirdly, the more mead martinis we drink, the better we are at knowing that we don't want to store our dung in our living room, right? Instead, we want to invest our dung, as Janie has taught us, in cultivating the soil of slow money, in supporting the gardeners who are bringing forth the harvest that slow money supports. When I was coming up here today, I remembered this training I was a part of. It was with a fireman, and he said, if you're in a burning house, you want to make haste to go slowly. And I like that. So if we're in our home, as Carlo has taught us, and if our home is in disarray, meaning our global economy is in disarray, we want to make haste to go slowly. So I thought we might begin today with the best way I know to go slowly, which is to take a few deep breaths. So will everyone take a deep breath? Two more. Let's try two more. Last one. When I took a breath this morning before coming over here, this question came in my mind. Who taught me to take that breath? Carlo asked, who taught us to turn to our mother for our initial food that enabled us to enter life? We were given these as gifts. And as I thought about that, I thought about what is a fiduciary? And the first thing I came to is, it's who I am. I am a fiduciary. I've been given stewardship over this body and what I bring into it. So I'd like us to contemplate the possibility that, of course, we're all fiduciaries. We're going to learn from one of our entrepreneurs today that the first community that we're given is the community inside our body. So we are all fiduciaries, and that's why I said, good morning, fiduciaries. What else is a fiduciary? The second thing that occurred to me is it's about a choice. And it's about a choice for moving from con to co, from moving from being treated as and acting as consumers into co-creators. Sounds a lot more interesting to me. So it's about making a choice every day. Are we simply going to be consumers, or are we going to be creators and co-creators? Sounds more interesting to me. And the last thing that came to me, what is a fiduciary? When we're here, I is we. And who are we? We are the they that we've been waiting for. Right? We are the they we've been waiting for. And to really ground that, I've asked my friend Peter here to please help me. Can you come up here on the stage with me just for a moment? Just for a moment. So we're going to can we have a hand for our friend Peter here? So this is going to be a demonstration that we would like all of you then to do. So we're going to demonstrate saying to one another, thank you. We are the they we have been waiting for, and we give each other a hug.
Okay.
So I would like to invite everyone. We've now demonstrated it. Thank you very much, Peter. You are a perfect assistant. Now we'd like everyone in the audience to please stand up. Turn to the person next to you. Who are you? I am we. We are the people we have been waiting for. We are they. Nice. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We in Boulder love hugs. If everyone can take your seat again. Thank you very much. So in terms of making haste to go slowly, we are now into what I consider the most exciting part of our time together, the Entrepreneurs Showcase. We are about to hear from 25 amazing food entrepreneurs. These are the people that are dreaming and daring and doing what slow money is. So how this is going to work. These entrepreneurs are going to come up in groups of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in group 1. And I know you're going to want to applause in between them. But I'm going to ask, please save your applause until after that first group of 6 has gone up. After they've presented, they have 5 minutes each. We're going to hear amazing input, offers of gems and wisdom and questions from our respondents. And we'll introduce them when they're going to give their five minutes of feedback. And then we'll go into our second group of 6 entrepreneurs, and then the respondents will come in. So with that, our first group of 6, Vitamin C, Sam May, Homestead Organics, Tom Manley, 5 Acre Farms, Dan Horan, Small Farm Central, Simon Huntley, Seed to Table, Sean Demon, Azote, Dave Rinaldo.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Sam May, and I'm so pleased to be here, and I'm also honored to be first in the Entrepreneurs Showcase. And I'm not quite sure why I was chosen first. Perhaps it's because vitamin C, I believe, is coming from the furthest distance to get here. So, good morning. My name is Sam May, and I'm here to tell you about Vitamin C, a Maine-based harvester, processor, and distributor of value-added seaweed products which contribute to better health and vitality for people, plants, and animals. Vitamin C was formed in 2012 and built on the experience of Tom and Kelly Roth, who have many years' experience on the waters of Maine and the East Coast as commercial fishermen and sea products harvesters. Maine has long been a center for seaweed processing on a large scale for the processed food market, and now has a burgeoning environment developing for harvesting, processing, and marketing a wide variety of new products. Vitamin C founders have been key players in the Maine Seaweed Council since 2008 and are committed to growing the potential for sustainable seaweed businesses using the considerable resources, both natural and human, located in Maine. In 2010, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization estimated the global seaweed market at more than $5 billion, with the overwhelming preponderance of the market in Korea, China, and Japan. These Pacific-grown and harvested seaweeds are brought to market fresh, salted, frozen, dried, in extracts, and many other forms. Here in North America, most people recognize seaweed as nori and sushi, with little understanding of its ubiquity in fast and highly processed foods, such as carrageenan, a colloidal thickener in toothpaste and milkshakes. Vitamin C is not a carrageenan producer and not focused on the fast food market. Rather, it is focused on a wide variety of rapidly growing new markets. Globally, seaweed is harvested both wild and cultivated, and Vitamin C is currently exploring wild-grown cultivated seaweed in leased waters on the coast of Maine. The most distinctive quality of Vitamin C is the breadth of its product line. We process and sell bulk supplements for large animal feed, including equine and dairy markets. As an example, Organic Valley and Maine Organic Milling, which together blend and distribute organic feed for their dairy co-op partners, recommends vitamin C products as a feed supplement, as our product is approved for organic milk production. We also have products for lawn and garden use, and blend our products with fish fertilizers and other compost materials. Our line of sea vegetables comes in leaf, flake, and powder form. We have seaweed sea seasonings, and a very successful healthy snack food line which blends seaweed with sesame and chocolate and is sweetened with Maine maple syrup. And there are some samples out front. We are currently working with partners in-state in Maine to bring seaweed flours and breads to market. Vitamin C harvests seaweed under sustainable harvesting plans approved by the state of Maine. We both machine and hand harvest on the water and under the water. We air dry all our products, no supplemental heat, in order to preserve the utmost amount of nutrient retention and to minimize our carbon footprint. The marketing of seaweed products requires significant and constant outreach. We are not East Asia. This is the challenge and the opportunity. We educate and learn and are partnering with several leading marine institutions. As I mentioned earlier, we work closely with Maine Organic Milling, a Slow Money Maine partner. We also work with Somerset Gristmill and Maine Grains to explore seaweed as a supplement in their products. In the promotion of health, healing, and vitality, we believe there are many roles for increased seaweed consumption to play. We are well positioned in the marketplace. Our 2013-14 plan calls for expanded drying capacity, exploration of leased sites for cultivated growing, new product development, and most importantly, new marketing programs and expanded sales channels. We are currently looking to raise $200,000 in equity grants and debt to fund our expansion. Thank you for your attention.
Hold your applause, please.
Hello, my name is Tom Manley, and I bring greetings from the small town of Berwick, Ontario, Canada. And I'm very pleased to contribute today, along with several others, to the international aspect of this important gathering. Pour les francophones dans la salle, je suis désolé de ne pas m'exprimer dans la langue de Molière. Si nous étions au Canada, la présentation serait dans les deux langues. Homestead Organics, I am the second generation owner of a family business, and we celebrate this year our 25th anniversary. Our mission is to serve and develop organic agriculture. The company was established on the home farm, a farm that was first brought to life by Irish immigrants in the 1850s. And in 1985, my dad decided to cut the chemicals, being a bleeding edge conventional farmer. And in 1988, certified the farm organic and created Homestead Organics. And in 1997, I left my job in Montreal with the telecommunications industry and joined my dad and actually split the business in two. He kept the farm, and I took the processing off the farm into the local feed mill, and he became an important supplier among many other farmers who were supplying us. Homestead Organics is a primary processor, an important link in the value chain from field to fork. On one hand, in the drying, we will sell seed, fertility products, and technical support to farmers to grow field crops. We'll buy back those field crops. Some of them will move on to the food processing industry. We will store, blend, clean, package, and ship to various food processors, such as those who might eat the Vitasoy tofu product here in the audience. We actually supply about 1,000 tons of organic soybeans from Canada to their Massachusetts plant in the coming year, as well as buckwheat to Burkett Mills in New York, another 1,000 tons going there. Much of our grains will come back to farmers as mashed livestock feed and other supplies, and together we work to develop that value chain. We're located in far eastern Ontario, south of Ottawa, and within a couple of hours' drive, we're about 1 hour into New York State through a couple of bridges. We'll serve both hundreds of farmers as customers and buy from dozens of farmers as grain growers in Ontario, Quebec, the Atlantic Canada provinces, as well as New York, Pennsylvania, Vermont, and I mentioned the food processor in Massachusetts. We are a one-stop shop for farmers, being a certified organic, horizontally integrated, multi-product service line for organic farmers. And our mission to serve and develop actually makes organic farming easier, which is dreadfully needed, as we know. We'll supply mixed feeds to livestock farmers. We'll supply seed to a wide range of market gardeners and crop farmers, soil amendments, pest control products, books and education, whole feed grains to friendly competitors and farms making their own on-farm feeds, and marketing those food-grade grains through our cleaning plant to the food manufacturers such as the tofu and soya milk makers. We've been in business for 25 years. We have doubled our business twice in the last 10 years, reaching in the last fiscal year in February $7.2 million in sales. That kind of rapid growth in a growing sector demonstrates our leadership, our ambition, our ability to adapt and to innovate, but our perseverance and resiliency in the face of changing situations. And with that sales comes an EBITDA of over $200,000 in the last of the 3 recent years. Several of you today will invest in one business that will provide a great product and a great service. By investing in Homestead Organics, a select few of you will in fact touch and impact hundreds of farmers. We have over 900 customers and 70 growers supplying us, because we are a driver and enabler of more organic agriculture out there, recruiting, educating farmers with our educational resources. We have 2 agronomists and 1 livestock nutritionist, boots on the ground in the face of farmers, providing the badly needed technical support. We're the largest private employer in our community of Berwick with 14 people. Recently received a Lifetime Achievement Award for our volunteer efforts and our contribution to our development of organic agriculture, and recently a certified B Corporation. That doesn't come off my time, does it? No, okay. With all due respect to Woody and others, before it was named Slow Money, we were practicing community investment since 1999 when I brought on my first private investor. And collectively today, many have rolled in and out, but collectively today we have 38 supporters with a capital pool of $900,000 in the business that supported the much needed infrastructure and working capital of the business. And I speak publicly often training other organic food enterprises on how to do that. We doubled the business twice in 10 years. We're going to double it again in the next 5 years because the demand is there and the growers need our services. But we have to relocate. Our plant was right-sized 16 years ago. Now we have to move out and expand our production capacity. It's a project of $1.8 million, and we're looking for private support of at least $1 million for warehousing, production capacity, office space, and badly needed infrastructure. So if you'd like to contact me, several of you have our postcard already. If not, come and see me and to get one, and we look forward to having discussions with you and look forward to working with you to develop more organic acres. Thank you very much.
Imagine the following. You're out doing your grocery shopping. You need some milk, pick up some eggs, some half and half. And, oh yeah, you're making pie tonight, so you need whipped cream for your pie, and it's got to be really high quality. And as you go to check out, you look down and you feel good at your haul because you know every farm your food came from, who gathered the eggs, the orchards who grew and pressed the apples, the farming practices behind the milk. And here's the thing, you're not at the farmer's market. You're at a mainstream supermarket. And what I'm describing is not something far off in the future. It's what happens right now when you buy 5 Acre Farms products. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dan Horan, and we are 5 Acre Farms. 5 Acre Farms brings the region's best local food to the supermarket. All our products are grown and prepared within 275 miles of where they're sold. We find premium area farms who use sustainable practices and tell their stories. Our pricing is aimed at the broader American consumer rather than just the upscale markets. We reward farmers by paying them not the market rate, but rather what it costs them to hire and treat people fairly, properly, to carefully maintain their livestock, to protect their groundwater and their neighbor's land. We call this being positively local. And one way we tell our farmers' stories is through tags that we put on all our products, and they look like this. I remained involved behind the scenes, and I branched out, worked out in the supermarket, then had the opportunity to be the CEO of an iconic New York City restaurant company called Papaya King. When I started farming in 1990, there were 7 dairy farms in our town in northwestern Connecticut. Today, there are none. I knew then, like I know now, that something had to change. Meanwhile, I couldn't stop thinking about an essay I'd written for graduate school about developing a line of regional food to sell in the supermarkets. In 2010, that vision became a reality when I founded 5 Acre Farms. Started in March of 2010, I worked alone. In November that year, I hired our first employee, Gemma De Palma. She's here. Hi, Gem. And we came out with our first product, which was milk. We were in just 3 stores. Today, we have over 10 employees. Our store count is approaching almost 100. We sell milk, heavy cream, half and half. We sell eggs, apple cider, and shelf-stable apple juice and applesauce. The heart of our business are the farmers who we buy from. We wouldn't be where we are without them. Started buying milk from upstate New York. I gave Don and Seth McCachran a call, told them I was going to be in the neighborhood. It's about 4 hours away. Stopped by, met George and Jackie DeVoyd in Salisbury, Vermont. Popped down to the Hudson Valley and met Jake and Brian Samasket. We buy milk from eastern Connecticut from the Stearns brothers. And as 5 Acre Farms grow, we're going to continue to add farms to this list. So as you can see, we've been off to a fairly promising start. Our first year, our sales were about $250,000. Last year, we almost hit $700,000. This year, we'll probably be about $1.2 million to $1.5 million, probably $3 million by 2014. To do this is going to take time, patience, and capital, and to that end, we're raising $1.5 million to $2 million now. So 5 Acre Farms brings the region's best local food to the supermarket. We buy from farms who use sustainable practices and pay them right. So no matter where you go, as we spread across the country, because we think this can be a national idea, wherever you see 5 Acre Farms, you know your food is local, and you know who your farmer is. I'd like to thank Woody and Slow Money for having us. Oh, by the way, if you got a tag that says you won, it's like a Willy Wonka golden ticket. Come find us, you'll get a water bottle. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Simon Huntley, founder of Small Farm Central, and we're out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I don't think that's anywhere up here. So a little background on me will give you some understanding, I think, of where Small Farm Central is coming from. I grew up in a small farm in southwestern Pennsylvania, and like a lot of farm kids, I think, I wanted nothing to do with the farm growing up. So I fiddled with software throughout my teens and ended up studying information technology in college. By the time I was done with college, I was becoming really fascinated with the local food movement that was becoming more prominent around that time. And I ended up helping a fruit farmer start a CSA, actually really close to here on the western slope of Colorado in Palisade. And after that, I combined my passions for agriculture and technology by starting Small Farm Central in 2006. So where are we now? In the past 6.5 years, Small Farm Central has bootstrapped to $350,000 in revenue in 2012, and we now serve about 800 farms across the US, Canada, and some internationally. Our member assembler software is a cloud-based member management solution, so it's a software system for CSAs. It's the fastest growing part of our business. It has become a standard among CSA farms across the country, and something I'm very personally proud of as an ex-CSA farmer. As a leader in the CSA farm space, we organized the first ever online CSA conference in March. We brought together over 200 registered and paid farmers, together with 4 experts in CSA farming and food, including Elizabeth Henderson, a pioneering CSA farmer, and Lynn Rosetto Casper from Public Radio's The Splendid Table. So where's CSA in 2013? I'll just review what CSA is, or community-supported agriculture. You probably know the model even if you don't know the term. This is where a member buys a share in the farm and gets a box of produce throughout the growing season. A lot of you are probably in CSAs, and that's a great support to local farms. This model has spread really quickly over the last 5 or 10 years, but there are a lot of challenges as I've gotten deeper into the CSA farms, such as low member retention, competition with other farms, and new local food distribution models. I see great opportunity in CSA because it's such an authentic connection between eater and farmer, and it's an important model for economically sustainable small farms. At Small Farm Central, we have opportunities to more deeply engage with CSA farms to increase retention and profit for these farms. With that goal, we are building a communications and education platform. Looks like the image isn't loading there for some reason, called CSA Farmhand that builds off our member assembler service. It replaces the weekly newsletter that many farms already do. The farm uploads box contents for the week, a short farm update, and then we're developing a lot of content based on that, such as professionally filmed videos with chefs, farm fresh recipes, nutrition information, and more. Also included are tools for getting detailed feedback on the box so farms can continue to improve year over year, and tools for connecting members to their farm community. These tools help farmers focus on farming instead of education and increase member attention because members are educated with the special skills needed to turn a CSA box into beautiful family meals, and that's a real trick sometimes. CSA Farmhand will generate revenue on a freemium model. The product will be offered free to our farmers who use it to connect to their members. Members can upgrade for more features, and members with businesses can advertise their services within the system. The exciting part of this is the revenue will then be shared between Small Farm Central and the farmer. This is essential because we get to directly support our farmers, and members will upgrade and pay for the service because they know part of their money will be supporting their farmer, and the farmer will help us sell it because they get a piece of the action. This CSA Farmhand system is in active development and will release in June to 10 farmers in our beta group representing 10,000 CSA members. As you can see in the graph, we bootstrapped to $350,000 in revenue in 2012 with our existing products, and with CSA Farmhand as a major driver of growth, we forecast $2 million in revenue in 2015. We're raising $250,000 to continue development of CSA Farmhand, of the technology and the content, and to drive sales and marketing efforts. In conclusion, Small Farm Central has a proven track record. We understand the CSA landscape deeply, and we are leveraging our current business to develop a solution that broadens our work and revenue potential. Instead of competing to serve 7,000 CSA farms, we're developing a solution for their 1 to 2 million members. CSA Farmhand will drive retention rates higher and help generate a new income stream for more economically sustainable small farms. And this also creates an exciting business opportunity for us at Small Farm Central. Come join us.
Hi, I'm Sean, and my family and I started a business in 2004 on the West Indian island of Tobago, working with handline fishermen, delivering their catch overnight to chefs in our hometown of New York City. Since then, we've learned a few things about the seafood industry. We've learned fishermen, like farmers, need better markets. We've learned that wild fishing needs strict management, and that the current seafood distribution system works against both of these needs. So we built a new distribution system. Today we work with over 23 fishing communities, small scale, responsibly harvested, taking what they catch each day and shipping it to over 600 restaurants and 16 universities, all wanting to source better fish. The existing seafood distribution system is long and convoluted. It's built on distrust. It's opaque by design. Supply and suppliers are trade secrets. Inefficiencies abound, and it takes a really long time to get fish to your plate. There are too many hands in the same pot, not enough to go around. Our model is simple. Work directly with responsible fishermen and progressive fishing communities, create finished goods right at the point of landing, communicate their catch in real time, and deliver overnight directly to end users. There's another secret in the seafood industry that's shared by the best chefs, even right here in Boulder. Frozen fish, when properly done, can be fresher than fresh. And some species, like wild shrimp and sockeye salmon, are frozen out of necessity. Shrimpers in the Gulf go out for month-long trips, catching their shrimp, landing it on the deck, and having it frozen to negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit within moments. Sockeye salmon, harvested from the plentiful Bristol Bay, come in such a seasonal rush that without high-quality freezing, the levels of the peak of supply could never be leveled out, not only preserving a beautiful fish, but a sustainable price point back to the fishermen. But it doesn't make sense shipping frozen seafood around the country. We learned this working with our shrimpers in Port St. Joe on the panhandle of Florida, far from anywhere. So when our shrimpers land, the shrimp is sized and graded, packed into identical insulated boxes, palletized and transported closer to market to be inventoried in public cold storage warehouses. Now when a restaurant wants to order a frozen product, we have the warehouse pick a box, stick a FedEx ground label on it, and deliver it next day to the restaurant at 1/10 the cost without ever getting on an airplane. We're currently working out of 5 cold storage warehouses with plans to be in 8 by the end of the year. Out of 8 strategic locations, we reach over 90% of the US population with FedEx next day ground deliveries. So we sell to restaurants, we sell to universities, we now sell to consumers as well. Last year, we built out 2,000 test boxes containing 14 6-ounce portions of the same fish we sell to the best chefs and restaurants. We built a beta consumer website that allows shoppers to purchase fish online, having the order approved in our Brooklyn office, instantaneously sending a release and FedEx shipping bill to the cold storage warehouse for same-day FedEx ground pickup and next-day delivery. This proof of concept test took place between Boston and Washington, D.C., shipping out of a single location. We think people around the country want to eat better fish more often, making it a regular part of a healthier diet. Other industries have proved that unconventional consumer goods can be sold through e-commerce if the trust factor and user experience is exceptional, while price point is neutral. We've built the means to source, produce, pack, and fulfill, and deliver beautiful, wild, sustainable, healthy seafood at supermarket prices. We're a trusted source to restaurants and chefs across the nation, but we're not an e-commerce company. I'm here in Boulder looking to find a partner on a national scale that can help us build and drive the consumer front end of this business. Contact me, talk to me. We'd love you guys to help support American fishing communities. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is David Rinaldo, and I'm the founder and CEO of Azodi. Azodi comes from the Italian word meaning nitrogen. And as nitrogen enables plant growth, that's what we want to do for the local food movement. And we're going to do that by turning locally grown food into a new employee benefit that generates wellness outcomes. A little background is that I grew up in a heavily Italian family where all my grandparents had victory gardens. They made us work in them all weekend long, and they also complained incessantly about the poor quality of the food at the grocery store. So that sort of set me on my way where I decided to just learn everything I could and read every book and just built the same knowledge base that all of us here have. And at the end of that, I was about 21 years old, and the internet boom was going on, and I was just so overwhelmed and despondent about what was going on with our food. I did what any other 21-year-old from Cleveland, Ohio did, and that was start building internet marketplaces. I helped Fortune 500 companies build internet marketplaces that brought buyer and seller together, automated that interaction, and then drove adoption and retention through process improvement. I did that with Big 4 consulting firms and high-end technology companies. I then took that solution set and applied it to small businesses and individuals such as doctors, people who lease cars, hairstylists, and even eBay merchants. This solution has always worked. It's improved productivity and drove new customers to these businesses. In 2008, when the financial crisis hit and I saw our Ben Bernanke and our government's reaction to it, that was enough for me to say, I need to be in an industry that has intrinsically valued goods, tangible goods. Let's give this farming thing a try. So that was the genesis of Azodi. Azodi is a marketing platform. It consists of not only software that enables it, but also all the marketing and customer service and food education services, that the farmers, really, they just don't like doing these things. We're going to do them for them. And we can partner with individual farms, food hubs, local food distributors. And in this relationship here, we do all the marketing, logistics planning, and the farmers do the delivery. Also, it's okay if you already have Farmago, Small Farm Central, a software system, a marketer. We can integrate with whatever processes and tools you have. We will then channel employers, schools, churches, and even local communities to drive business your way and increase your revenue and productivity. Our first focus was employers. They have employees who are driving healthcare costs through the roof. They get the employees to do wellness initiatives. They have on-site cafeterias who are always seeking to drive more customers to them. What if we were to bring local food into this mix with the Azodi marketing platform? And that's exactly what we've done. So today you have cafeterias buying from local farmers. You have employees buying food subscriptions from the farmers who then do a workplace drop-off at the end of the day. You get meat and produce at the end of the day. And we tie it all together with a farm-to-fork coach, sort of an on-site educator, who then helps people figure out what to do with the food. This is all brought together with financial incentives by either health plans or the employers themselves to drive wellness outcomes. This is a local food drop at Ohio State University. We sold 300 food subscriptions in 10 days. The farmers drop off the food. The employees go out at the end of the day and they get to meet the farmer. The farmers even sold some extra stuff on the side to pay for their trip down. I could spend all day on this slide, but I'm going to just leave you with two things here. This is one of the latest issues from Ohio Farmer Magazine with one of our key farming partners last year, the Vanskoys. They brought 2 boys back to the farm who were going to leave and go be truck drivers, and they also unleashed 80% of their idle capacity to meet the demand for this year. We launched in Columbus last year, raised $210,000, we generated $210,000 for our farmers. Azodi takes a 15% cut of the $210,000 for our services. This year, we're in Sacramento and New York City. We hope to do $1.5 million, and we want to continue this expansion. And I'm not trying to scare people here because this is slow money, but we think that we can get to $41 million generated for our farmers, and that could be distributed amongst 30 to 60 farmers, we think, going to about 300 employers or schools or churches. This is a list of our high-end clients, top-down, driving these workplace deliveries and having their cafeterias buy from our farmers. We had a great first year, but the consumer is just not quite ready. The mainstream consumer is not ready. We have to get these guys doing the farm-to-fork coach. We have to get them doing the on-site education, and this is where you guys come in. We need $200,000 in order to get to cash flow break even and then get us to implementing the farm-to-fork coach. If we get another $200,000, $400,000 total, we can package this whole thing up and give it to any one of you to bring this to your locale. Brand it however you want. That's how we can do this. Thank you.
So if we could please ask our entrepreneurs to return up to the stage. We are very fortunate to have with us today a group of Jedi slow money practitioners over here. So if I could please ask our respondents just to stand up for one moment. We have Rebecca Callahan-Klein, 1% for the Planet. Carrie Gendron, she's from the Slow Money New York City Board. Thank you. Chet Chakowski, I'm close there. Global Green Grants Fund, Lindsay Weld, No Small Potatoes Investment Club, and Eric Becker, Clean Yield Asset Management. Thank you so much. So our Jedi team, if you can all come right up here. Our Jedi team now is going to give us 5 minutes of positive input for our entrepreneurs. And their purpose here is really to ask some questions that maybe weren't asked and to offer some gems of wisdom to support our entrepreneurs and to give you all things that you might think about when you hopefully connect with these entrepreneurs later during the day or at the lunch.
Great, thank you very much. We actually have 4 minutes. So what we're going to do, because there's 5 of us, is first to ask the panelists, are there any comments or questions that you see across all of these very interesting, innovative farm businesses that you want to raise at this point?
Yeah. First off, I respect you so much. You're the entrepreneurs who are making this happen. I am super interested in businesses that return more of a livable family wage to farmers and fishermen, which many of you are trying to do. So it strikes me that as investors, the question we have to ask is how people in the distribution business and who are in the middle can use new technologies to reduce costs so that the farmers and fishermen get more money. And so I think that's what we're all trying to achieve as investors, and I'm excited about the way each of you are going about doing that.
I would ask you all the central question. What if you're wrong about your main assumption of your business plan?
I would make a comment. It seems, because we're all in emerging markets here, one of your challenges is educating the marketplace. And I took a look at all your websites before today, and I think that that's one area you can think about doing. You can integrate the education with the crispness of your business message on your website. It's important.
And I would raise a question about focus and really thinking hard and doing the research on which of your product lines, which of the channels really makes the most sense, because it's tempting to try to be everywhere and serve everyone, but you need to figure out what you do best and what markets really offer you the best opportunities, and try to focus on those instead of spreading things too thin.
Yeah, and I would just add one across the board, with the exception of seated table. I found myself, I could hear your ask, so we're looking for X amount of money. I didn't know where it was going to go and why it was going to take you to the next step. And I just think it would be helpful to connect. We're looking at this investment to generate these capacities in our company so we can achieve this goal. Just connect the dots. Great. Okay, in our remaining 1 minute and 35 seconds, specific comments for specific companies. And why don't we just go down the line? Eric, do you want to start?
Well, I'd come back to my focus question. And for vitamin C, I was struck by the breadth of the product line, and it raised a question for me when you're ranging from veterinary product to the processed foods industry. Where is it that the real opportunity is? Where's the market in the U.S.? And just what's the research on that, and where's best to pursue?
Sam and Sean, I'd urge you to focus on the fact that we won't be able to feed 9 billion people on this planet with the resources of land alone.
Tom, I just wanted to mention just a question to think about what challenges you might face with scaling up, because it seems like you're scaling pretty quickly.
Sean, what happens to your plan if gas prices double?
I love the connect to employer benefits. And I would just ask, in each of the places where you have a connect to consumer, coaches and other things help, but does it really get people over the hurdles? And what happens to your retention rates after people experience your service?
And I did have a question on how you sized your market. That was...
Simon, as a farm boy, I'd urge you to tell the story about what it's like to buck hay for 8 hours a day in the August heat.
Awesome. Thank you guys very much. I know this was very fast and directed, but we have comments on pages. Would love to talk to you at the Entrepreneurs Lunch. Thank you. Can we give
Applause, please, for our entrepreneurs and our respondents. Good job. That was round one, our first group, more or less New York to Ohio. So we're now going to have another round of 6, and we're going to go through the same process. 6 entrepreneurs are going to come up, and we're going to have Jedi feedback. Second group, we're going to call them the Mid-Southwest group. We begin with Iroquois Valley Farms, John Stephen Bianucci. My Italian will be better once Woody offers that class. Salumi Bedu, Mark Sanfilippo, Coyote Creek, Cameron Mulberg, Double Check Ranch, Paul Swenison, Hayden Flower Mills, Emma Zimmerman, Archie's Acres, Karen and Colin Archiplay.
Good morning, everybody. What a pleasure to be here. I'm John Stephen Bianucci, Director of Impact at Iroquois Valley Farms. We connect farmers with local and organic farmland. And further, Iroquois Valley Farms has proven its ability to directly connect a fast-growing marketplace of independent, socially responsible investors with local and organic farmland and farmers. and become known for creating the pioneering business model which results in multi-generational, triple bottom line impact that works for its investors, for its farmers, for consumers, and with the increasing flexibility needed to carefully steward the ecosystem management challenges and opportunity of today's world. I invite you to consider our impact, our opportunity, and sincerely, please join us. We're raising $6.9 million to provide for 2013 farmland purchases. The company is proud of its Young Farmers Land Access Program. In the last 12 months, over $5 million of farmland was purchased to support the growing businesses of young farmers. At heart, our company culture embodies the Iroquois Great Law of Peace. In every deliberation, we must consider the impact on the 7th generation. The company owns 11 farms, totaling almost 1,400 acres in 3 states, currently Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan, as it expands throughout the country. All land is organic or transitioning to. This snapshot also tells a story of deliberate, sustainable, base-building growth. In the first 2 years, the company bought just 2 farms. The next 3, those farms, were converted to organic while the business model was developed and tested. Only then did the company begin its expansion. Now, let's be clear. Iroquois Valley Farms is an operating company whose business starts in relationship with the farmer. We, together, evaluate and develop farmland opportunities. We are economic buyers, only purchasing with an economic lease in hand. Investors are buying into an existing farmland portfolio without premium or fee. Accredited investors have a very low minimum entry. It's not a private equity fund or a limited partnership. Healthy organic soil fertility is foundational to emerging local food systems. No surprise, investors have long-term focus, as evidenced by 40% of Iroquois Valley stock being held in retirement accounts. And what attracts such long-term confidence? It's our unique governance and structure. We have long-term renewable leases encouraging generational tenure. Voting reflects long-term vision and corporate structure has no end date. A 7-member board of B-certified managers is democratically elected. Investor returns are enhanced by a variable lease component, and the company growth pattern has been established. Broad ownership. Currently, 75+ investors from 15 states. We're the first private company in the U.S. connecting socially responsible investors with farmland. Focusing on healthy food and soils, primarily local markets and organic farmland, we maximize impact to the farmer by providing generational land tenures that expand production capability and encourage investment. We maximize impact in the marketplace by transitioning investor capital to generational timeframes. So where's the exit? The exit is continuation. The company is expanding its investor base, 500+ members, further integrating renowned, sustainable farming advocates into the board of managers as it continues diversifying both land holdings and farm tenants consistent with our mission. Our vision and our intention is to become the first and very best publicly traded, socially responsible farmland company, partnering generation after generation with the small and mid-sized local and organic family farmer. In that, individual investors affordably buy shares in a diversified long-term portfolio of local and organic farmland and farmers. That's Iroquois Valley Farms, one of the most practical, important, and needed investment opportunities in America today. I want to thank our founders, Dave Miller and Dr. Stephen Rivard, and I want to thank Woody, Michael, founding Slow Money members, your whole fabulous team, and everyone here. I am grateful, and on behalf of Iroquois Valley Farms, may we all continue to have a great day.
Hello, my name is Mark Sanfilippo, and exactly what we locally raised pork. It's all heritage, non-confinement raised. Berkshire pigs, no antibiotics or hormones. And we try to turn it into beautiful cured meat. Salami, pancetta, guanciale, lardo, everything. No fillers, no additives. Just try to make the best product we can. Next. So how does one get into curing meat? The short answer is obsession. I'm from Missouri, but I was in Los Angeles working for Mario Batali at his Mozza restaurants, and I was in charge of their cured meat program. So I was, making similar stuff, guanciale and sausage and things like that, and I just became more and more obsessive or interested in it, to the point where I converted my my closet in my Los Angeles apartment into a cure room, much to my wife's chagrin. So anyway, I realized that all of our pork was coming from Missouri, from my home state. So I thought I should go back to Missouri, get closer to the source, do a homecoming of sorts, and make a go of it and see if it's a doable project. So that's what I did. My wife and I moved back there, got a small loan from a local farmer's market and kind of set up shop. Got to know the producers, got to know farmers, who was raising what, try different pigs, and just really kind of give it a go. There we go. There's our pig. Not quite as cute as Woody's, but interesting nonetheless. So the great thing about being in the Midwest is I really believe we have some of the best pork in the country. And there's a lot of smaller farmers out there that are raising it properly. It's not confinement. And so it's amazing to be that close to them and be able to talk to them about the feed and how the pigs are treated and really work with them one-on-one without any kind of mediator. So it's really unique for us. We appreciate it. Hey, there's our little shop. So we went from the farmer's market to a rented kitchen to a little brick and mortar. It's 2,000 square foot. About a year and a half ago, we came under USDA inspection. So it's a huge hurdle to jump over for small companies like ours that don't have scientists and lawyers on staff. So that was exciting. And that allowed us to expand exponentially. So now we're at a local grocery store chain. We're in 16 stores. Should be 34 by the year's end. We've been in a number of restaurants. We were actually in Frasca here for a while, so that was exciting. Social impact. Hey, there's one of our farmers, Harry Cope. So the great thing is we do get to work with a lot of small farmers, guys who raise maybe 30 or 50 pigs a year, and we get to give them a fair price for pigs that they're taking great care of. They can't compete with the big guys, and they don't generally get a good return for a product that's just amazing. So we get to work with them, and it's really rewarding. So financial stuff. In 2012, as of last year, we have 5 employees. We did around $390,000 in gross, and we have in-state distribution. We're looking with the expansion to increase our revenues by 80% in the first year, 8 to 10 more employees, and we have regional distribution covering 11 states set up. So that's what we're looking at. So, there we go. We are asking for, or trying to raise $500,000, and that's going to go towards USDA validation, which, it's expensive. Machinery, facility, outfitting, and payroll. So our theory is, we were fortunate enough, you can see the little quote on there, Forbes called us the best salami in the country. And so we're proud of what we do, and we're excited about the pork that we get to showcase, and we just want to do more of it and maintain the quality and really show off these farmers' products. Thank you very much. My name is Mark Sanfilippo, Salumi Bedu, and I have samples. If someone has some wine. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Cameron Mulbert, General Manager of Coyote Creek Organic Feed Mill and Farm. Many of you, maybe most of you, saw Jerry Cunningham, our founder and CEO, speak yesterday. He speaks largely to the mission and scope of our operation. Today, I'm not only speaking for the mill, Jerry, and myself, but I'm here on behalf of the small family farms and organic grain producers that support our current operation in Texas, and perhaps even more so, at least today, on behalf of the prospective producers in Georgia. Our vision is to take the template of the Elgin, Texas mill and duplicate it in Forsyth, Georgia. Currently, we're the only commercial organic feed mill in the southern United States. We provide 100% USDA certified organic, non-GMO feed for organic livestock, dairy, and egg production. We specialize in custom feed orders to meet our customers' specific needs. We have been an integral part in establishing the organic market in Texas. Since our inception in 2007, we have facilitated the conversion of more than 8,000 acres from conventional agriculture to organic agriculture. While our farm produces over 3 million organic pastured eggs each year, our customer base as a whole produces over 200 million eggs each year. For anyone that has heard Jerry speak of Compost Tea or has been out to our farm for a tour, they know that education and teaching are also a large part of our mission. Our goal is to further develop the organic agriculture industry. We have more than 200 small family farms that make all or part of their income producing sustainable organic products with our feed. We've identified Georgia in the southern United States as a largely underserved market. Currently, the South produces over 16 billion eggs and more than 5 billion chickens annually. Only 1/100% of that is USDA certified organic, well below the national average of 5%. However, the South accounts for over 65% of the entire national production of livestock. The main reason for this lack of organic livestock production is the lack of organic feed mill that can supply the farms. Consumers and producers are demanding local organic production. The demand is massive. There's a hole in this market. If we don't fill it, Big Ag will continue to do so. Our market is comprised of producers who want to convert to organic but lack affordable organic feed. For there to be certified organic products, organic feed must be used. Coyote Creek will provide a market for organic grain production, and we will provide the means for organic producers to establish their own markets for their products produced from our feed. Take this into account. By opening Coyote Creek in Georgia, the retail price for pasture-raised organic eggs will drop by $2.30 per dozen. That means greater affordability for consumers, yet greater profitability for farmers and producers because less is spent on needless transportation and freight, making small farmers more competitive. For there to be an organic market, an organic feed mill must be present. Jerry identified this need in Texas. The research shows that Georgia's demand is greater. By looking at this map, can you see a void in the United States of organic production? We seek your support in securing the remaining $500,000 to build an organic feed mill in Forsyth, Georgia. We are looking for individual contributions upwards of $25,000. 3 years ago, I toured Georgia and met with several organic grain producers. One in particular, Al, explained the plight of organic grain farmers in the state. Without a local market, each year he and other organic grain farmers would either break even or take a loss on their grains. There isn't a market for it. It's either grow GMO or grow organic and hope you can break even. He called me a couple months ago and he said he was ready to throw in the towel, that he was ready to sell his organic farm after 30 years of organic production. I told Al to hang on just a little bit longer because we are going to open a feed mill in Georgia. But we need your help. We want to give these farmers, over 40 grain farmers, just like Al, their market. And we want to make affordable and accessible certified organic products. We can't afford this loss, especially when there is a solution. Thank you.
Well, hi. A standing joke in Arizona says that, how did you get into ranching? Was it through the womb, the tomb, or the altar? And I'm hoping we can change that. 758. That's the number of small family farms and ranches that disappears every single month. Mathematicians in the audience, that's 1 an hour. How many more will be gone by the time this conference is over? My name is Paul, and my family and I ranch on the Mogollon Rim on the Arizona-New Mexico border. And I hate starting off with morbid statistics like this, because this is actually a positive presentation. I have a better idea, I think. And that idea is basically to crowdfund ranch land, in effect to develop a land CSA. All right. Open space means a lot to me, as I imagine it means a lot to you too. This view you see here is the ranch I want all of us to buy. That view is the same view that Coronado saw in 1540 and Aldo Leopold saw in 1909. This is beautiful, open, productive country, but it's about to get chopped up. The ranchetting of the West is an environmental and social tragedy, but I think we can change that. Not surprisingly, I think the solution is in ranching. Who would have imagined in the 80s or 90s, at the height of the range wars, that a rancher would come from Arizona and stand on the stage in Boulder, of all places, and pitch the environmental benefits of ranching? But that's exactly what I'm doing, and I think most of us have recognized that stewardship is the key. Caring is the key. Unfortunately, ranching cannot go toe-to-toe with the kinds of development capital that is ranchetting the West. So I won't go into too much detail here, but we're practitioners of holistic resource management. We've been direct marketing grass-fed beef for almost 20 years, since long before it was chic. And this year we're going to sell over $500,000 of pure, organic, clean beef to our local community, which is really cool. We're selling twice as much beef as we can physically produce, which means we need another ranch. And moreover, my brother and I, like a lot of returning veterans, would love to get back to the family ranch and join the operation, but cannot make an operation pencil based upon conventional bank loans. The debt service is simply too high. Which is why we have this idea about a place-based capital fund, where all of us in this room come together, pitch in, and buy a ranch at the same time, and generate significant returns, both emotional and financial. This fund would, in effect, buy down what I consider the inflated real estate value of modern ranch land, while simultaneously generating significant, upwards of 10% returns to our investor pool. And these are just some of the ecosystem services that good stewardship can provide. And I just want to ask you, do you want to help us do this? So this fund would generate meaningful land conservation, in the sense that as soon as these ranches are purchased, they go under conservation easement. It also generates direct, real financial returns, modest, I admit, but real returns nevertheless. But we sweeten these modest returns with what we call interest from the land. We're going to generate a beef annuity, sort of tongue-in-cheek, but a share of beef that comes with your share in that land investment pool, as well as exclusive investor ranch access. And more importantly, an involvement in your investment. If we could do this, if we can prove this here, we can have a revolving capital fund that could do this on millions and millions of Western acres. How cool would that be? So it's possible we're crazy. I'm not a financier, but my gut tells me, my entrepreneur's gut tells me that this concept has legs. And so to maintain our sanity, we're capping our first offering. We're looking for credible, not necessarily accredited investors. And I've got 3 kids and 300 cows and 2 businesses and a worried wife. If this vehicle doesn't take off, I'm okay with that. Maybe that's what I need to know. But something tells me it could. What if it did work? What if we in this room could change agricultural history? What if we could change that number from 758 lost to 758 gained? So come be a part of the solution. I want to see you out there. Thank you. I was supposed to warm up the other Arizona contingent, so good luck.
Good morning. My name is Emma Zimmerman, and I'm a miller at Hayden Flour Mills. We mill and grow heritage and ancient grains in Phoenix, Arizona. In the early 1600s, Italian and Spanish missionaries brought a small, pale grain with them to the New World. It was the first soft white wheat in North America. It became known as white Sonora. 200 years later, a man named Charles Hayden saw the same pale grain growing around the Salt River and founded the Hayden Flour Mills. The city of Phoenix grew up around it. But in the early 1900s, the mill was industrialized, an all too familiar food system story. White Sonora was traded for the latest and greatest hybrids, bred for the convenience of industrialized milling, not for beauty. In 1873, there were 23,000 mills in the US. By 1998, there were only 200 mills. And today, 90% of the only 4 varieties of wheat grown will be milled by Conagra and Cargill. Something has been lost, or rather, something has been taken. Diversity, story, and good bread, bread that brings people to the table. So this is the same story that my dad would tell me when I'd call home from grad school. So 3 years ago, I was working on a PhD in neuroethics at McGill University. But I was captivated by this story, and I hope you are as well, and its implications. I couldn't help imagining our city looking more like that fertile land that Charles Hayden saw in 1874 once again. So in 2011, I moved home to help my dad restart the Hayden Flour Mills and rebuild the breadbasket of the desert. We started out with a simple query to our food community, looking for one farmer to plant 10 acres of white Sonora wheat, one chef to passionately support local grains, and a food community that believes in restoring the goodness of grains. Chris and Marco Bianco were the first to approach us, known nationally for their locally foraged ingredients at their Pizzeria Bianco. The brothers gave us 300 square feet in the back of the restaurant to put our mill. Then Steve Sossaman agreed to grow our first crop on his 3-generation farm. In the first year, we grew all our grains locally. So yes, you can grow wheat in the desert, especially when your grain is desert adapted. Soon we had the farmer, the miller, and the artisan baker working together. Today, we have 8 farmers, a stunning Austrian stone mill. We have more than 30 local chefs who support us by putting white Sonora, risotto, pretzels, handmade pastas, and epi baguettes on their menus. We have 15 different products, and most importantly, we have a community that has truly caught the vision for good grain. We are a team of 4. There's Ben, Taylor, me, and my dad, Jeff, who I like to call the miller's father. We truly have something special in our community. We are the only stone mill in Arizona. But there are other similar grain movements which are emerging in parallel to ours. In fact, Maine Grains was a past presenter in this showcase. By our count, there are 35 micromills in the US. We are also learning together, recovering the lost art of milling and small grain systems. But we are all running into the same problem. The infrastructure for small grains has disappeared. This leaves a huge logistical gap between farm and flour. To enable our grain movement, we need to build an $80,000 mobile grain cleaning unit, which can be shared cooperatively between farmers at harvest. It allows our grain movement to thrive on multiple farmers planting small acreages of heritage and ancient grains. This is a picture of the piece of equipment we need to buy for our farmers. The piece will also make us 100% independent from the industrial grain system. If you are interested in partnering with a grain movement happening in Phoenix, we'd love to share the details of our vision. We want to make this the first, or second, if you help out Paul, solo money success story for Arizona. And if this is your first investment, a slow money success story for you. We'd like to say that we reestablished the mill in the spirit of Charles Hayden, the original locavore. That's why we put his face on our logo, because we are milling the same heritage grain on the same land in the same method as he would be, or he would have been using in 1874. But it's not just a history project. We are bringing a story back to life and hopefully making steps towards greater food security in our community. Thank you.
Hey, good morning. My name's Colin Archplay. This is my wife, Karen. We're happy to present to you today Archie's Acres, which we hope to be, or will be, a national farm brand, but with a local footprint. And what do I mean by that? Imagine if you went down the block to Whole Foods and you bought the finest herbs and leafy greens you could find. And then imagine you went on vacation to visit friends, maybe in New York or San Francisco, and you guys want to cook dinner, and you went to Whole Foods and found those same leafy greens and herbs with the same quality. And imagine you knew those products were grown using some of the most sustainable and water-efficient techniques available. And now imagine that they weren't grown in a centralized location distributed through the United States, but they were grown in a community that they were bought in. That's what I mean by a national brand with a local footprint.
Now imagine that every one of those farms was owned and operated by a transitioning combat veteran that has returned from combat to transition into sustainable organic agriculture as a career.
How do we get there at Archie's Acres to develop a 1-acre turnkey greenhouse model that is not only extremely efficient and sustainable, but we standardize the operating procedures, which we believe can be rolled out in every community within the United States. We teamed up with Whole Foods, who's our current and largest buyer of our products, and is invested in this program through the local loan program, who is also working with us to ensure we have points of sale in every community that we develop in.
After Colin transitioned out of the military in 2006, we created the Veterans Sustainable Agriculture Training Program, where we train transitioning military in sustainable organic agriculture. We have a 6-week program that teaches them from seed to market and also teaches them business skills. We combine that with California State University, San Marcos.
Known obstacles. We addressed one, and that's ensuring we have trained personnel and highly capable people willing to fill these greenhouses and management positions. But the other obstacle that we see is something that we can't change is varying regulation when it comes to greenhouse production in every community. It's something we can't standardize, and our contractor in-house is going to have to tackle those in every community we wish to move into.
The other known obstacles is that hydroponic growing, certified organic, can be cost intensive on the front side. That's why we're here today.
The opportunity, we think the greatest opportunity is to tap into the talent pool of the returning combat veterans. The challenge is, with the budgetary constraints and with the wars winding down and overseas, huge talent pools being forced out of the military. You as taxpayers invest roughly $1 million in everybody we train as a warfighter. And the high unemployment rate against those warfighters shows that we're not capitalizing those taxpaying dollars beyond the military service, and we're losing that human potential, and that's a shame.
Each 1-acre greenhouse represents approximately $1.2 million in gross revenue, but it offers the net profit of profit margins up to 20% plus. Also, each greenhouse has 10 jobs on that facility, which will equate to 25 jobs added within that community.
That's additional jobs.
The
team, again, it starts with the returning combat veterans. With our relationship with Cal State and the military bases, we're able to train Marine, sailors, soldiers, and so forth before they leave active duty, so they're trained before they separate to either go off on their own and start their own business or work within ours for continued opportunities. But we've also have a great network. Starts with Major General Mel Spees, who retired just about 2 weeks ago as Deputy Marine Expeditionary Force Commander, where he commanded over 50,000 Marines and sailors and budgets within hundreds of millions of dollars. He's going to help us manage this rollout. His wife, Philomena Spees, is president of the Veterans Valor Fund, who works with us on training these individuals. Then we have Captain Ryan McGill, Major Patrick Keplinger, and Master Sergeant Ruben Villarreal, who's trained and ready to go to operate the first 3 of our satellite facilities.
We also have Jennifer Ostermans, whose husband is a Major General in the Marine Corps. She's introducing VSAT on every Marine base throughout the United States. Dylan Radigan has also joined us as a full partner. He's a successful financial journalist who started at Bloomberg News, created CNBC's Fast Money, and his own show, Dylan Radigan Show. He oversees the investor relations and the investment fund. We also have Dwight Detter of Whole Foods Market, who has been not only a personal friend, but guides us in our nationwide expansion.
And Jeff Spees is our in-house scientist to ensure that our product has the highest nutritional value, not only of one facility, but all our facilities. So we standardize the nutrition process as well. Our milestone, within 2 years, we want to have 12 one-acre greenhouses. 12 one-acre greenhouses form our region. And if we could prove the scalability, the profitability, the manageability of a region, we want to create many more regions after that 2-year mark. Over the next year, we want to build 3 one-acre greenhouses to, again, prove the management and the scalability and profitability of those 3.
Today, we are here to ask your help in building our first 28,000 square foot greenhouse on Archie's Acres. That's why we're here.
We would like to thank you very much, and we'd like to ask you to help us impact the lives of the 1% of Americans who volunteer to serve in one of the most turbulent times of our military history. We're Archie's Acres at archiesacres.com. We look forward to speaking with you.
Join us in making a difference.
So you can just go right down here by the stage. Nice work. So if we could have our entrepreneurs come up in front of the stage, and then we'll have 5 minutes of our Jedi slow money feedback. Rebecca?
Okay. So we're going to do this round similar to last round for the general comments. And then just to make sure that each of the entrepreneurs gets more feedback, I'd like for us to, we'll take one entrepreneur at a time, and as a panel, if you have a comment, we'll give them to that. So let's take overall comments first. Just as we look at this group of entrepreneurs, you know, tell me what you see and observations across the group.
So I was interested by the point Iroquois brought up about creating a model where you don't have to sell your business to continue generating returns for the investor. And I think that's a challenge for all of the slow money businesses. How are they going to continue in the future without being the last generation of Ben & Jerry's and Stonyfields that had to sell out?
I'd ask you all the question, what will your enterprise mean for China? And at your planned pace, how long will it take you to achieve maximum public benefit, and what's your 100-year goal?
Other comments?
I just love the fact that there are you know, 2 companies here directly focused on land and others on infrastructure, and just I think that's wonderful to see.
And I thought across the board, you were an incredibly charismatic group. And one of the things that I was thinking about was in these businesses, I felt like we heard a bit from all of you about your story and why you're here. And I think that's really helpful because people, to make these changes, need to believe in what they see, and they need the product and they need the people. And I thought especially I wanted to compliment the last presenters around the presentation of the team and who's with you in this is really, really helpful. Good. Okay. Great.
To be able to bridge between the conventional ag sector and the alternative ag sector, I'd urge you all to know how to define and compare and contrast 4-H and FFA.
Interesting. Great. Okay, so what we're going to do is why don't we've got you in order on a piece of paper, so I apologize, it won't be the order that you're in on stage, but why don't we take first comments for Iroquois Valley Farms, for John.
Great. One of the questions I had actually for both of the land trusts, at some point in the future, would you ever consider selling the land back to the farmers?
I had the same question.
Yeah. I also found myself thinking it would be very helpful to know kind of who are the partners you're trying to attract. So I was born in Arizona. I would love to invest in a land CSI. I've been thinking about that for a while. And it would just be helpful to know who you're looking for. And is this an investment of $1,000? Is this an investment of $1 million? Maybe you need a little bit of both, but it would be helpful to know that it's not impossible for someone like me to participate in the work that you do.
John of Iroquois Valley Farms, you said that you will have accredited investors only, but the barriers to entry are low. So it's a variation of your question. That seems like a contradiction. So as a publicly traded company, how can you do both?
Okay, let's move on to Mark and to Salumi. How do you say that? Salumi Beto. Okay, I'm going to start off first by just saying, Yahoo! You did a great job. I wanted to say, I wanted to know which channel you were really selling into, direct to consumer or wholesale or both, salami in the country, and available to you in your local store.
Yeah, I was curious about whether you had the same passion for growing the business as for making the cured meats, or whether you need help with that.
Yeah. For Salome and Archie's, what happens if you don't achieve your growth rate, and how can you preserve your capital if you grow slower? And for Archie's, you are a candidate for grant funding to raise money to train your veterans.
And I don't mean to cut us off, but I want to make sure we get to Coyote Creek. So I'm going to let you guys start at that end of the table with Coyote Creek.
Oh, sorry. I'll pass.
I just had a question around what you would do if, I know that there's a big market potential in Georgia, but if there are local farms that actually wanted to create an organic feed mill, would you look to collaborate with them, or is the market big enough for competition?
And I found my question to be, if there's a big hole in the market, why isn't someone filling it? I just want the answer to that question. Okay. Double Check Ranch, Conservation Fund, Land CSA.
Love the idea. I just want to understand what the model is.
Yeah, similar. You mentioned 10% returns. That sounds ambitious, so I wanted to know what was behind that, and then how do you see the mechanics working for people who want to exit their investment at some point?
Great. Hayden Flour Mills.
I'm so psyched by Salome, Hayden, and Coyote Creek at your, smaller scale, larger scale of sourcing from farmers, adding to their revenue stream, and then increasing the number of farms that are going to be needed to supply your inputs.
I also wanted to say the home baking market. I'd love your flour. Can I get it?
Hayden Mills, I'd urge you to take a look at the Christensen Fund, one of the few foundations that funds in the Sonoran Desert region, and look at their portfolio of PRIs.
All right. And last comments for Archie's Acres. I apologize, I know we're going over time.
That's all right.
I'm just amazed if 10 jobs per acre is really feasible. That would blow me away.
And on a few companies, I didn't hear exactly what you were looking for, the amount of money you were looking for, and the sort of...
And I would just say for Archie's Acres, I love what you guys are doing. And I think one of the pieces is the military brings great talent that's also organized and structured. And I would really think about, for your investors, the human capacity you're bringing to the table. And you touched on it, but I would love to really see what does it look like in the greenhouse. Okay, thank you all very much.
Applause for our entrepreneurs and respondents. So in just a minute, we're going to take a brief break. And if we could ask that this break is 13 minutes long, so that we return at 11:15, so that we can hear our next two sets. Before you go, you'll still have your full 13 minutes. I have a mission, should you choose to accept it, in this break and during lunch. And that is, we had said that we are the they we are waiting for. There you go. And I want to offer the possibility that we are also all, as Brian said, super slow money advocates. And so here's my secret identity for today. Super slow money gal. So all of you are also super slow money gals and guys. Enjoy your break. We'll see you here at 11:15.
Curly-headed kid with a sunshiny smile heard the roar of a plane as it sailed through the sky. To her playmates she cried with a bright twinkling eye, "My daddy rides that ship in the sky. My daddy rides that ship in the sky. My daddy rides that ship in the sky." A pug-nosed kid, as he kicked up his heel, said, "My daddy works in the iron and the steel. My daddy makes planes so they fly through the sky. That's what keeps your daddy up Then a shy little girl pinched her toe in the sand, said, my daddy works in the place where they land. So you tell your mama, don't be afraid, 'cause my dad'll bring your daddy back home again. My dad'll bring your daddy back home again. My dad'll bring your daddy back home again. Don't be afraid if it gets dark and rains. My dad'll bring your daddy back home again. My dad'll bring your daddy back home again. My dad'll bring your daddy back home again. Don't be afraid if it gets dark and rains. My dad'll bring your daddy back home again. Come all you old-time cowboys and listen to my song. Please do not grow weary, I'll not detain you long. Concerning some wild cowboys who did agree to go spend the summer pleasant on the trail of the buffalo. Found myself in Griffin in the spring of '83, when a well-known famous drover come a-walking up to me. Said, how do you do, young fellow? Well, how'd you like to go spend a summer pleasant on the trail of the buffalo? Well, I being out of work right then, to the drover I did say, going out on the buffalo road depends upon your pay. If you pay good wages, transportation to and fro, think I might go with you on the hunt of buffalo. Of course I'll pay good wages and transportation too, if you'll agree to work for me until the season's through. But if you do get homesick and you try to run away, you'll starve to death out on the trail and also lose your pay. Well, the train, some 10 or 12 in number, some able-bodied men. Our trip, it was a pleasant one as we hit the westward road, till we crossed old Boggy Creek in old New Mexico. There our pleasures ended and our troubles all began. A lightning storm, it hit us and made the cattle run. Got all full of stickers from the cactus that did grow. Outlaws watching to pick us off in the hills of Mexico. Well, our working season ended and the drover would not pay. You hadn't drunk too much, you're all in debt to me. But the cowboys never had heard such a thing as a bankrupt law. So we left that drover's bones to bleach on the plains of the buffalo. This land is your land, and this land is my land, from the California to the New York Island, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went a-walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway, saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. I roamed and rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts. All around me a voice was sounding, this land was made for you and me. When the sun comes shining, then I was strolling, and the wheat fields waving, and the dust clouds rolling. The voice was chanting as the fog was lifting, this land was made for you and me. This land is your land, and this land is my land, from California to the New York Island, from Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. When the sun comes shining, then I was strolling, and the wheat fields waving, the dust clouds rolling.
We will begin in 5 minutes.
And the fog was lifting. This land was made for you and me.
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride, with sword and pistol by my side. Many a young maid lost her baubles to my trade. Many a soldier shed his lifeblood on my blade. The bastards hung me in the spring of '25, but I am still alive.
I was a sailor, I was born upon the tide. With the sea I did abide. I sailed a schooner around the Horn of Mexico. I went aloft to furl the mainsail in a blow. And when the yards broke off, they said that I got killed, but I'm living still. I was a dam builder across a river deep and wide, where steel and water did collide. A place called Boulder on the wild Colorado. I slipped and fell into the wet concrete below. They buried me in that great tomb that knows no sound, but I am still around. I'll always be around and around and around and around and around. I fly a starship across the universe divide, and when I reach the other side, I'll find a place to rest my spirit if I can. Perhaps I may become a highwayman again, or I may simply be a single drop of rain, but I will remain. And I'll be back again and again and again and again and again and again.
Please start taking your seats. We're going to start in about 2 minutes, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will begin in 1 minute.
Mike, this, on. Yeah, yeah. So I know that that was a brief break. And if I could welcome all of our fiduciaries, please, to return to our community together here. Welcome back, fiduciaries. If I could recruit many of you who are here to help me with this process, could you please suggest to the person next to you that you take a seat, and maybe find one other person and suggest they take a seat? Because we are going to go into our third and fourth entrepreneurs groups, and of course we don't want anyone to miss this. So folks in the back of the room, hello, fiduciaries in the back of the room, if you can please move towards the front, find your seat, and it'd be great if you could recruit one other person from out in the lobby there, at least one other person, to please come and return to your seats. We want to ensure that everyone gets to hear all of the entrepreneurs. Thank you for continuing to return. Thank you. Welcome back. So I know that was a very brief break, and the good news is you'll have a much longer break over lunch. And so who here already knows about the Entrepreneurs Lunch and has already signed up? Yay, just a couple. So for those of you who do not know, lunch today, you can go where you wish. We do have one particular lunch that may interest you, which is the Entrepreneurs Lunch over at Shine. So Shine is directly out these doors. You keep walking the equivalent of a block and you will be right in front of Shine. And this is where all of the entrepreneurs are going to be after these presentations. So if you would like a chance to share a meal with one of these amazing entrepreneurs, have a conversation, offer them some introductions, consider whether this might be something that you would want to invest in, Shine is the place to be. And you will need to register for that. The easiest is online, or you can talk to the Credibles desk out here. So again, if you want to go to the Entrepreneurs Lunch, you will need to register for it. It'll be a buffet. And groups 1 and 2 that we just heard, they are going to be in the back room. Shine has 3 rooms. The 2 groups that you're just about to hear will be in the front room. So I'll make it a little bit easier for you to find and meet and talk with your entrepreneurs. Folks in the back, can I please ask you to move forward here? We're going to start our showcase. Our third group of entrepreneurs. This is our Pacific Northwest group. Thank you. Welcome back, fiduciaries. Please come have a seat. Thank you. Our third group of entrepreneurs from the Pacific Northwest. Out of the Box Collective, Jennifer Piet. Farmhouse Culture, Catherine Lucas. Preserve Sonoma, Marilee Olson. San Benoit Creamery, Benoit Horsack. Adaptive Symbiotic Technologies, Zachary Gray. Capal Livestock Processors Cooperative, Sulani Madsen. If I could please have everyone, fiduciaries, we practiced silence this morning. We have one of our entrepreneurs that's about to present. Can we please have silence? Thank you.
Everybody ready? All right. Out of the Box Collective is LA's farm-to-table home delivery service. We source local and clean food for our customers, providing them with delicious, healthy ingredients to cook with. I'm Jennifer Piet, a busy mother of 3. My favorite moment every day is sharing a meal around the dinner table with my family. But getting that meal on the table isn't easy. I founded Out of the Box Collective in 2011 because I wanted to help people eat local and get cooking without spending all day chasing ingredients and planning their meals. I also wanted to keep our customers' food dollars in the community, making a positive impact by supporting our local stewards of the land. Michael Pollan writes about how the average American spends more time watching cooking on TV than cooking, how big food has convinced Americans that opening a can or defrosting a pizza is cooking. In his new book, Cooked, which Woody was also talking about yesterday, he says taking back control of cooking may be the single most important step anyone can take to help make the American food system healthier and more sustainable. What are the biggest barriers? People want to eat better, but they don't always have the time or the know-how to cook for themselves. After a long day, by the time we open that fridge door to cook dinner, we're so hungry, we just want something quick and easy. So hands up. How many of you cooked dinner at least once last week? Yay. How many of you cooked 5 times? Good for you. A 10-year study of 65-year-olds that cooked 5 times a week showed they were 47% more likely to be alive 10 years later. Out of the Box Collective helps our customers take back cooking by home delivering great ingredients from all the food groups. We replace convenience foods with real food that is convenient. Of course, there's local fruits and veggies, but our set boxes also include local grass-fed meats, California cheeses, pastured eggs, nuts, grains, regional specialties from dozens of local ranchers, farmers, artisans, and fair trade for foods that don't grow well in California. We cater to vegetarians and people with dietary restrictions as well. And we do more. We support our customers in the kitchen by working with a variety of chefs like Amelia Saltzman, Carol Field, Mariel Hemingway, to create meal plans with recipes using everything in the box, a roadmap showing how to create up to 5 meals a week. Each week, we deliver a new food adventure, complete with an instruction manual, exploring different food traditions from California cuisine to the varied cultures, which make up our national melting pot. Our meal plans, store, and gift shop are all online. For customers who like to do their own thing, they can build their own box, choosing from our weekly selections of what's in season, as well as a wide variety of shelf-stable pantry items, artisan-prepared foods, and sustainable California wines. At present, with a minimal marketing budget and some great press, we have over 350 customers subscribed and deliver to about 130 households per month. Since our average sale is $168, all dollars going into the local foodscape, our small customer base still generated close to $300,000 in 2012, keeping us pretty close to break even. Now we need to scale the business to become sustainable. After operating for over 2 years, we're ready. Did that click? Having been self-financed to date, we're looking for our first outside capital of $750,000 for infrastructure, operations, key hires, marketing and advertising, mobile apps, and over the course of the next 3 years to create 2 new collectives of local farmers and artisans in California locations, starting with Orange County and San Diego. With this investment, we estimate conservatively that we will quintuple our annual sales by 2015, achieving profitability in the next 12 to 18 months. Research shows us half of American shoppers are looking for organic local food and expect producers to take an ethical lead. The more we establish our company as an ethically driven, go-to provider of safe, clean, local food, the more we will build loyalty and trust in our customers and grow our numbers. With our full-service solution, there's a large market, not only in Los Angeles, but in other parts of California too. And later, by building a network of local food hubs and sharing in overhead and marketing costs, our prototype can roll out nationally. Lastly, we're thrilled to announce that at the end of May, we are launching a new online storefront in partnership with one of the world's greatest online retailers, I can't say who just yet, which will enable us to fulfill orders on a much larger scale than we can at present all across Los Angeles. Out of the Box Collective is the glue that unites dozens of growers, artisans, winemakers, chefs, recipe writers, our own small team, our customers, and now we invite investors to join our growing community. The Stew Pot is our weapon of choice in delivering the food revolution. Let's get cooking and change the world. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Catherine Lucas. I'm the founder of Farmhouse Culture. We're a Santa Cruz-based company that make raw, organic, New World krauts and kimchis. I get asked all the time, how did a nice girl like you get mixed up with sauerkraut? And I guess it was really fate. I'm a California girl who, through love, ended up in Stuttgart, Germany. And it was there that I had this sort of culinary awakening. I learned about eating locally and seasonally. I learned how to cook. I had a restaurant there. And I tasted fresh kraut from the barrel for the first time. And it was a revelation. It tasted nothing like the stuff that I grew up with. It was tart and crunchy and not too sour, not too salty. And I brought what I learned in Europe about local and seasonal cooking home with me to California, where I embarked on a culinary walkabout. I took cooking classes around the world. I studied and I wrote about traditional foods. I had a local foods column, and I became involved in slow food. I also attended a natural food culinary program where I learned how to make sauerkraut, and I was fascinated. I began experimenting with local ingredients, and all paths really seemed to be pointing to this idea of regional sauerkrauts. And it was also around this time, early 2008, sauerkraut seemed particularly ripe for revival. Here was this great culinary treasure, and it had been practically lost to industrialization. We've been eating this stuff for like 10,000 years, and then we started pasteurizing it, not because it made it better or safer, it was because it made it easier to store and to distribute. But it made it soggy, and it lost a lot of its nutritional value, if not all of it. It was also around this time that I discovered that Slow Food's Ark of Taste listed sauerkraut as a food in danger of extinction. And they didn't mean the lifeless, soggy canned kraut full of nitrates. They meant old-fashioned traditional kraut. They meant raw, unpasteurized kraut, the kind that's full of beneficial probiotic bacteria, vitamins, and minerals, the kind that tastes good. Inspired, I began my next journey. I started selling my krauts at a local farmer's market and through a friend's CSA, but it was really Slow Food Nation that gave me the courage to go for it. It was there that we handed out 8,000 samples and sold 1,000 pounds of our smoked jalapeno sauerkraut. When the San Francisco Chronicle's food editor said it was the best thing she tasted at the event, I knew I was onto something. From there, it's really taken off. I also want to mention that in 2009, I met Woody Tash, I read his book, and I mailed it to a bunch of friends and family. His book gave me the courage to ask them for the initial capital I needed to get the business going, and it worked. We now sell several types of fresh krauts at 7 farmers markets out of the barrel, at 7 farmers markets weekly in about 250 stores throughout the country. You've probably noticed that a fermentation revival is really underway, and Farmhouse Culture has been a really big part of that revival by working closely with local farmers to create regional flavor profiles that people can connect with. Our food tastes really good. Our smoked jalapeno, horseradish leek, garlic dill pickle, ginger beet, apple fennel, cauliflower curry. Crazy, right? These are really great flavors. People like them. We make really good krauts. Location kitchen. We are just in one of the best places to make fermented foods. 99% of our ingredients are sourced 20 miles from our kitchen, pretty much year-round. We've got plenty of sea salt out the front door and the ideal climate for fermenting, pretty much without having to do much. We're also the first kraut company in the United States to introduce what will likely become standard packaging for live fermented foods. It's a pouch that allows for off-gassing, and this move has already reduced our already significantly low carbon footprint by 2/3. I knew that a great product could only take the company so far. So in addition to capital, I'd need an experienced and passionate team. And last year, luckily, an angel showed up. Her name's Carol Olson. Hi, Carol. She is a reformed Silicon Valley capitalist, and she's putting her knowledge and her resources to work for farmhouse culture. John Scharfenberger also came on board last year as an investor of Scharfenberger Chocolates, as an investor and advisor. Future growth, I'm running a little behind here. You saw we've got great growth, and together along with 20 of the best employees you can imagine, we're growing a slow food company with a bright future. We believe it's possible to provide access to good, clean, fair food to everybody. But we need your help in order to reach that goal. We're looking to, well, let me just make it really simple. We're looking for financial, intellectual, and social capital. Everything's welcome. In short, we're looking for fiducia fairies. Thank you.
I've had to follow Catherine once before, and thank you, Catherine. Good morning, I'm Marilee Olson. I'm the founder of Preserve Sonoma, and I have to say that I was very nervous about this until I heard the speakers yesterday, and I feel like I've found my tribe, my village, my peeps. Thank you all. Preserve Sonoma is a specialty co-packing and food preservation company that is also a certified organic food processor. I think others have already shared this statistic. In our area, and I think nationwide, small farmers have to compost between 30 and 50% of what they grow because it doesn't have a pretty face. This is a travesty, right? So what we do is we work with local farmers to make value-added products for them out of that produce that they can't sell fresh. We also work with small food entrepreneurs and buy from those local farmers to make the entrepreneurs' products. Basically, what we're doing is utilizing perfectly good produce that would otherwise be composted, and thereby increasing revenues to the farmers. Our goal is to reduce this waste by 50% over the next few years. As Carlo Petrini said yesterday, to fight against waste is absolutely fundamental. It all began 2.5 years ago with a strawberry, and my apologies to Jim Cochran, who I've been staring at up here over us. This strawberry was the best I've ever tasted. It's a rare heirloom variety grown by Nancy Skall of Middleton Farms. And she was going to take home 3 flats of those beautiful berries and compost them at the end of the weekend. And I said, please, God, don't do that. Can I just make you some strawberry jam and you can sell that instead? And that's literally the way the company began. Today, we ended up winning a Good Food Award for that effort. Today, we have 20 clients that include independent retail markets, many small food entrepreneurs, and of course, farmers. When I began, the experts said I was crazy and that it would never happen. Well, I'm among fellow crazies, obviously. And guess what? Small local food processing did exist up until about 40 years ago. And here are the brave and the few. I know that MM Local is presenting later today. Tezo is in the audience from South Central Farms. We're doing it. We're rebuilding this critical infrastructure. So I would ask you to support the local food processor closest to you. Of course, I'm looking for money, but they are too. So support the one close to you. Here's a quick snapshot of what this can do in the Northern California region, the 5 North Bay counties. Basically, this is the Bally food leakage calculator, and in these top categories, in fruits and vegetables, we are less than 1% in frozen specialty, canning, and the others. If we can increase that to 25% self-reliance, that means we can hire 95 new people, giving them $4.4 million in revenue, in earnings, and $22 million in potential revenues. So remember for a moment, I'm going to go back. Remember for a moment, a minute ago I said that 30 to 50% is composted, and in the meantime, in our area alone, we're importing between 89 and 100% in those categories. Let's all say it together. That's crazy, right? So, this is where we are now and where we've been 2 years ago, we were at $4,200. That was just half a year. We're now at 2012, we've processed 7 tons of produce and had to turn away 10 because of lack of capacity. We could reach, that figure's a little wrong, we could reach close to 300,000 this year with help. We need to invest in people. I'm the only full-time employee currently, and I'd like to hire this wonderful guy as a director of operations. They're all already doing volunteer work for us. I have a great team of trusted advisors. So this is what we're looking for. In order to build capacity, to scale up in a sane and efficient way, and even more importantly, to be able to reduce our prices so that all of these wonderful entrepreneurs and farmers' foods are even more affordable, we need to raise a total of just under $500,000. Phase 1, we're engaged in now. $182,000 for operating capital and equipment, and phase 2, you can see it yourself. I'm out of time. Thank you all so much.
Good morning. I'm the sole owner and co-founder of Saint Benoit Creamery. I came from France to bring a French-style yogurt to San Francisco. Also a woman involved, but it was important to me to have environmental-friendly packaging, so I started with ceramic containers. We saw a renaissance of artisanal cheese in Marin and Sonoma County and felt that yogurt could follow a similar path. Having worked for Patagonia before, I was also inspired to create a truly sustainable packaging and move away from the plastic world. So we created a business in 2004 and started making yogurt on a small farm in Bodega in Sonoma County and selling at the San Francisco Ferry Building Farmers Market. Our goal was, and remains to this day, to produce organic, artisanal French-style dairy product. We first developed ceramic cup-sized yogurt and then quart-sized glass yogurt. More recently, we launched organic Jersey milk in glass bottle. Every product comes with a deposit and can be reused. Every week, we sell at 10 farmers markets from San Francisco to Hollywood and are now available at over 200 natural food stores, including 65 Whole Foods markets. Okay. Our cup-sized yogurts, we've sold over 2 million cups so far. This has prevented the same number of cups from ending up in landfills. If those cups were placed side by side, they would cover 20 acres of land. We currently get back about 80% of our cups and reuse them. The 20% that do not come back are being reused by our customers in many creative ways: coffee cups, toothbrush, pencil holders. This is our quart-sized glass yogurt, sold about 500,000 so far, also being reused. And this is our 1-liter milk bottle. We started selling our milk about a year ago. It is the only VAT-pasteurized organic Jersey cow's milk produced in California. We are working on expanding this line with a single-serve glass bottle for grab-and-go uses, and also adding strawberry and chocolate flavors. All our products are VAT-pasteurized, which means low temperature and non-homogenized. Our milk comes from a single dairy maintained by a 4th-generation dairy farmer. He has 500 organic Jersey cows pastured on 1,000 acres in Petaluma, California. We were so jealous of the cows' living condition that we built our creamery in the middle of the dairy so we could share the cows' free-range life. Coming from overseas, the big banks believed I was born in 2003 upon my arrival in the US, and that made it difficult to find financial backing. It was a tremendous opportunity for us to be able to partner with Whole Foods, not only by supplying all their California stores, but also their support by granting us low-interest loans. Contrary to Greek-style yogurt, which is thicker and heavier, artisanal French-style yogurt is made simply with milk and culture. It has mild cultures, giving it a creamy and not a sour taste. There are Greek, Icelandic, Australian-style yogurt, but no other French-style yogurt in the US. We are a proud member of the Plastic Pollution Coalition and strongly believe that plastic packaging is not an environmental solution. It is not good for the way the product tastes either. As I mentioned earlier, we partner with the dairy we are located on. We also partner directly with the farmers who provide us the honey and the fruit for our flavors. Every ingredient is local and organic. Currently, there's ample milk still available on the dairy. There's an opportunity for us to reinforce our current partnerships and continue to support local farmers by offering organic French-style yogurt in glass across the nation. 6-ounce glass yogurt. Because we plan to go national, it is not logical to ship the glass containers back and forth to California. So we have to come up with this idea of just more sustainable of new glass jar made entirely from recycled glass. And then customers outside California can bring the jars to their local recycling center and complete the circle. Same concept for the 24-ounce yogurt jar. Our current level of business is on $1.8 million in California alone. By investing $500,000 to $700,000 in our current creamery, we hope to increase our capacity so that we can expand our milk bottling operation across the West Coast, and more importantly, expand our yogurt sales across the nation. We've enjoyed great growth every year, and we anticipate to continue in the future. We provide a unique experience for the dairy lover, French-style dairy product, and accessible packaging. Great taste, no waste. Thanks for your time, and I'm happy to email a presentation if you didn't catch everything. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zach Gray. I'm here from Adaptive Symbiotic Technologies. We're a biotech company based out of Seattle, Washington, and we are focused on increasing agricultural yields through the use of organic seed treatments. Our product is named BioEnsure and will go to market in 2014. And BioEnsure does two things. It enhances growth and development, and it also allows plants to live in stress environments such as drought, extreme heat, and soils high in minerals such as salt. I, like many in this room, believe that the greatest threat to our food security is climate change. In 2012, we saw one of the worst droughts in farmlands throughout the Midwest. Since 2000, we've had 8 of the 9 hottest years on record. Now, we're not the only company that's trying to solve this problem. And there's been 2 primary tactics used so far. The first is breeding traits from natural stress-resistant plants, or breeding traits from native plants, and the other has been through genetic modification. And although billions of dollars have been spent trying to come up with a solution, there's not a viable product on the market as we speak. At BioEnsure, or at AST, we've taken a different approach. And it started 20 years ago when my partners were doing research at Yellowstone National Park. And they were studying, could any microbes live in the extremely hot geothermal soil? And what they came across was some plants that were actually living in it. And upon doing research in the plants, what they found was that there was the microbial symbionts living inside these plants. And when they removed the symbionts from the plant immediately died. So the next question became, could they take these symbionts and transfer the benefits to other seeds? Well, I wouldn't be standing here if the answer wasn't yes. What you just witnessed behind me was BioEnsure in action. This was a rice seed that grew under 24 hours of light. And there's 2 things that you should notice. Obviously, you're going to see a greater shoot growth, But more importantly is the roots, the primary and secondary root, and you have a much greater circumference area, which obviously allows for greater nutrition. So what kind of results have we seen? So far, we've been able to grow plants and have them survive up to 160 degrees Fahrenheit. What you're witnessing behind me is plants that have not been watered for 18 days. But more impressive than this picture is that we have actually been able to grow in the greenhouse, receiving equal yields plants while using 50% less water with the BioEnsure. Thank you. As far as soils with high mineral concentration, we've been able to grow in levels that are higher than current seawater levels. Well, what was most pleasantly surprising was our results when we were just testing with non-stressed environments. This is a plant you're seeing behind me. This is some rice. And what we've experienced in every time and every experience that we witnessed anywhere from 10 to 50% yield increase with no stress environments. Thanks. So the question is, you guys have done this in the greenhouse, you guys have done this in small field tests. What actually happens when you take it to the field? Well, in 2012, we thought they set this up because we wanted to test this 10% theory, and it looked like a good year to do it. But as I mentioned before, in 2012 was one of the worst drought years on record. So what happened? In our test, we received we were testing corn, and we got 125 bushels per acre compared to 68 bushels per acre of the control, roughly an 85% yield increase. In 2013, we have field tests going in 10 different states and 2 drought-specific tests, one done in Colorado and another done in California. As I mentioned before, our mission at AST is to increase agricultural yield, but also profitability for our farmers. So we've based our pricing structure around creating a 200% return on investment for our farmers. With this pricing structure, we should be able to be industry standard. And the industry size is extremely large, 14 billion in the US. The 3 crops we're going after first, corn, soybean, and wheat, that's roughly 13 billion. The team we put together, my 2 founding partners, are the leading experts in symbiosis. And my MBA, although it's an MBA, is from the Bainbridge Graduate Institute, so we're focused on sustainability. At AST, our approach is simple. We're using what Mother Nature has done for the last 400 years to secure food security for the next 1,000. Thank you.
Oh, that's in the middle of the slideshow. There we go. I'm Sulani Madsen, and I'm here this morning to represent all the members of CAPOW, the cattle producers of Washington, because we have a dream. Our cattle producers want to break free of being commodity price takers from the multinational corporations who dominate beef processing. Our hog producers are resisting vertical integration in the pork industry, and sheep farmers struggle to get local lamb to local restaurants. And me, I'm a goat rancher, and we don't get any respect from processors. We all work hard to raise healthy animals, and we're frustrated when we can't get to the retail market. Under CAPOW's organizational leadership, we formed the Livestock Processors Cooperative Association in 2011 to solve the familiar problem of lost processing infrastructure. Without processing facilities, to speak plainly, without slaughterhouses, providing USDA carcass inspection for meat, we can't sell in the retail marketplace. It's a national problem. The number of slaughter facilities for cattle in the U.S. dropped from 600 to 170 in the 20 years from 1980 to 1999. This is our Eastern Washington food shed. We have hundreds of producers, over 700,000 consumers, and no retail processing. Our members currently haul animals to California, Oregon, Idaho, Kansas, Nebraska, and Colorado for processing to serve Washington consumers, and that isn't sustainable. We want to feed consumer demand for tasty local food, to seize this opportunity and build a co-op controlled facility to provide custom processing for the retail market, centrally located for our members in rural Odessa, Washington, from where we can readily serve our ultimate market in the metropolitan areas of Eastern Washington and North Idaho. Our niche is delivering what consumers want, Large industrial plants can't interrupt production lines to process for a single ranch. Traceability makes it possible for responsible producers to receive fair compensation for their good stewardship and consumers the peace of mind of knowing how their food was raised. A farmer-controlled co-op must be focused on quality processing. We demand quality when it's our name going on the package that's in your kitchen. Consumer safety is enhanced when workers are not cogs on an assembly line, but skilled craftsmen working at a human pace. Our plant will have one USDA inspector for no more than 40 head of cattle processed in one shift, inherently safer than inspectors responsible for several thousand. So is there any competition for this level of traceability, quality, and safety? Not really. The big industrial plants process 5,000 to 6,000 head of cattle per day. Their business model depends on buying and processing at the lowest possible price, and the profit does not return to the producers. Small custom cut and wrap shops cannot process meat for retail sale to individuals, institutions, or restaurants. Our new co-op plant is right-sized to serve family farms and ranches, will rebate profits to our producers, and is key to providing local food in the retail marketplace. We're poised for success, and we need your help. We budgeted for a slow start, gradually adding staff and equipment as cash flow allowed. Members are committing a significant number of animals to the plant for the first year, and we can't turn off the cow spigot. We need to secure our cash flow position so we can purchase additional equipment now and hire and train staff quickly. We're seeking a bridge operating loan for operating capital to support our first 6 months of operation. We'll be adding 15 new jobs in the Odessa, Washington area and Lincoln County. That is huge in my county. I live in a village of 150 people. The whole county is 10,000, and this is a big step for us. This is personal. We've bet the farm. This plant means that my husband and I can sell meat directly to the retail market, receiving higher value for our labor. We can welcome our daughter and son-in-law home to a sustainable family farm operation when Jeremy finishes military service. All of our 77 co-op members have similar stories of hope for their families and our communities. We see opportunities for additional plants in other regional food sheds based on the Odessa plant as a proven model. Yesterday at the reception, I had one investor come up, and I already have a $10,000 pledge for this model. I'm looking for $275,000. With your help, we can make it happen, and we can reintroduce mid-size processing facilities throughout the Pacific Northwest and across the country. There's more. There's so much more to the story, and I thank you for your interest in local food and the Capel Livestock Processors Cooperative Association. So let's talk over lunch.
Well done. So if you can just come right over here. So I'm pleased to introduce our second set of Jedi Slow Money respondents. If I can now have you all stand up one moment, please. You heard from our first set, and by the way, all of the bios from our respondents are online, so you can see who they are. I'm not seeing where you're, I'll just read from here. So we have Scott, who is one of the Slow Money chapter heads. He started the Slow Money chapter in Texas, and now is in, you're still in Texas?
Northern California.
Northern California. Fantastic. We have Janice from Vermont Sustainable Jobs Fund, Peter Johnson, Van Heist Group, Tim Crosby, Director of Slow Money New Mexico. Thank you so much. And have I left you Julie? Yes.
From Fresh Pond Capital.
Julie Johnson from Fresh Pond Capital. Thank you so much.
Great.
Rebecca.
Okay, we're back to the lightning round, and Tim is from the Pacific Northwest, despite the fact he'd like to be from New Mexico. Okay, so overall comments, questions, suggestions for all of the presenters in the group? And we'll just take it, whoever would like to go first.
I heard a couple things I really appreciated in terms of the advisors behind you, and for those of you that aren't thinking that, I suggest looking at the landscape around you. I also appreciated where I heard thinking about where competitors really are at. I think of the model of Main Street filling up with restaurants. A single restaurant does much better when there's company.
Other comments?
I would say continue considering how your passion for what you're doing fits in here. As you talk with investors, you're sort of differentiating around a slow money venture where you truly have passion, and some of the investments they look at are just opportunities. So keep weaving that in.
I would just say, what a great group. As with the other group, you're all passionate about what you do. I would agree with Julie. I think it's really important in all of your ventures to be really upfront about who the team is, because as investors, we invest in people and the companies that they run. So be very clear about your advisory capacity and the competencies that you bring to the table.
To complement that, there's obviously passion. There's a lot of wonderful entrepreneurs moving on some wonderful products here. I was left with a few of the presentations just wanting to understand your grasp of your market. How big is it? There's obvious growth potential, but with some huge growth comes huge expansion, and that comes back to the team. But there was some missing about how large and the competition in that space.
That was really my feedback as well, is just the competitive analysis, the market size, how you're going to get to market, and just really understanding that more clearly, or maybe just expressing it more clearly.
Okay, panelists, we're going to take the top 3 questions for Jennifer. So question number 1, go. Out of the Box Collective.
I guess I would wonder about your competitive position. You know, delivery of groceries, it's a logistics business. And so you're going to have competition, and groceries can obviously easily get into the business. So
I'd be curious about your retention and if there's dropout and how you address that.
And I would just ask, who's your target market? Because it wasn't clear on the economic base of who you were actually targeting, and how can you expand that? I'm assuming it's higher end, but I don't want to make that assumption.
Okay, great. Questions for Karen, the Kraut lady. Catherine, thank you. All right. Top 3 comments, question?
I'd put out there, if you're aware of Real Pickles working in New England as local, just looking for a model.
Your personal story was just phenomenal. I think, unfortunately, it took too long because we couldn't really get to the quick, but I think we're all aware of that. But an amazing story.
Yeah, amazing story. I was unclear. What do you need? What are you really asking for?
Great. Preserve for Mary Lee. What, as we look at reducing waste in Sonoma?
You had 2 phases. Are they relying upon each other?
Yes.
And so just more explanation on that. If you reach phase 1, then you can get to phase 2. If you don't, what happens?
I wasn't really clear on how you're making money, what your business model was.
Maybe
Go ahead. I was just very encouraged to see someone really looking at compost and the waste piece of this. It's just something that's so ignored, and we know how much waste there is out there. And yeah, more quantification of that would have been great, but it was exciting to see you focusing on that.
Okay, from Benoit, Safe Benoit Creamery.
I'd say it's going to be really important to get investors that are aligned with your passion around the packaging. You know, that's a real differentiator for you, and so staying away from plastics and how you effectively do that for something that's heavy and delicate to ship, that's a known problem, and cost control.
I'd be mindful if 500,000 is really enough to achieve the goals that you're setting up with manufacturing.
You talked about going national, and I didn't really know who the team was that's going to help you do that, because that's a big goal.
Okay, Zach, Adaptive Symbiotic Technologies. There will be plants growing out of his head while we speak.
So improving yield is a known, business approach. It has a cost, so more of a cost-benefit analysis, and then also how you do it. And the GMO folks are big on pushing yield improvements as well. So for investors, depending on the type of investor you're looking for, are you tuning the message to fit their interests?
I wanted to hear more about the story of how you sit in the landscape with indigenous crops and what Winona LeDuc was referencing, so how you can complement each other.
Full disclosure, I've already invested. But the balance point here is, of course, explaining the difference between biotechnology and in this space, the concern that frame brings to what you're trying to do, and being really clear about the difference that you bring to that.
All right, Sulaine with the slaughterhouse in Odessa.
I'm going to go back to my recurring theme about who's your management team, because when you're talking about I know, but that is probably the most important piece, especially when you're talking about building a brand new facility, managing the construction process and getting up to scale and efficiency, especially if you're a group of producers who haven't been in the business of running a slaughter facility.
Okay, whoops. We're just going to let them. Thank you. It's about receiving, and then we can talk.
I wasn't clear. This is a widespread issue, and you're solving it in a really cool way. Have you cleared all the obvious hurdles of zoning and water reclamation and usage and all those things to say, okay, we've got a clear path, we just literally need the money?
I would think about building on that, just what's the surprise that's going to be ahead.
All right. With that in mind, good luck. Congratulations.
Applause for our respondents and entrepreneurs. Our finale, fourth group, is all Colorado all the time. We have 7 presenting entrepreneurs, all from Colorado. Local, Jim Mills, Living Tower Farms, Buck Adams, Source Local Foods, Aaron Perry, The Kitchen Coop, Jeff Greenberg, Door to Door Organics, Chad Arnold, Esoteric Food Company, Willow King and Mara King, Revision International.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to be a part of this gathering, to tell you a little bit about Local Foods. I'm Jim Mills, co-founder of Local, and we started Local to make it easier for people to eat local food all year round. Now, I'm here today primarily because of our vision, which is to build a leading national brand for authentic local food. And we're doing this for a couple of reasons. We're doing this to inspire stronger community connections. We're doing this to create growth that directly benefits the local communities that we're doing business in. And finally, investing in the development of a healthier and more sustainable food system. My business partner Ben and I started Local right here in Boulder, Colorado. We were actually working at a brand strategy firm called Greenhouse Partners, just a few blocks away from here. We worked together there, and we're seeing some really powerful trends, both consumer trends, environmental trends, and marketplace trends. We combine those insights with our passion for food, for local food, and for community, and that led us to quit our jobs in 2009 and take the plunge to start Local. I never dreamed that I would be in a commercial kitchen, knee-deep in canning and pickling and preserving peaches and tomatoes and wonderful chili peppers that summer in 2009. But that's precisely what our vision led us to do. We set out to make it easier for people to eat local food all year round. Local partners with local organic farms to can and preserve their produce so people can eat and cook with great local food. Our promise to consumers is that our food will always be local, as evidenced by our traceability stickers on the top of every jar that we sell that tell you which farm actually grew the produce. In 2012, we worked with over 15 Colorado farms. There's a photo of Anthony and Sarah Loeffler up at Loeffler Farms in Eaton. We just met with them a couple of months ago, and because of a relationship we started last year, they're excited to be planting more beets, more tomatoes, and more cucumbers for Local this year. We are a new market for local agriculture, and we're also able to use produce that would otherwise have gone to waste. It's these relationships that are at the heart of what we do as a company. We say what we actually do is we invest in relationships to make better food at the end of the day. Our brand is built on really delicious products. Those products come from very close relationships with local farms who provide us with great produce. We're able to be responsive to what they have during the harvest to make really delicious products based on what's growing well in a given season. We're also using our brand to expand into new product lines such as dried fruits, and also our new live and local line of live fermented sauerkrauts and kimchis. The market has responded very well since we launched. We have two primary channels where we sell our products. The first being grocery. We're working with both national retailers and independent retailers, Kroger, Whole Foods, or local retailers like Alfalfa's and Lucky's here in Boulder. We also have a second channel, which is our Harvest Share program. Operates very much like a CSA, allows consumers to come directly to us and pre-order a share of the upcoming harvest that they then pick up after the season. Great for working capital and also great for margins. We've also been working really hard on building a right-sized production model. In 2012, we actually closed a round of capital that allowed us to focus on building out a cannery in Denver and also hiring some key expertise. What that's allowing us to do is actually supply the demand that's out there. We're now increasing our relationships with retailers in 2013. We had about $500,000 in revenue over the last year and expect that to grow to over $1 million in the next 12 months. We believe that at the end of the day, there is a national opportunity for local food. We came here with 3 calls to action. We've already closed a round of funding. So our 3 asks would be, number 1, while we don't currently need funding, we would love for you to vote for us for the Mama Chia Award. Number 2, please go to your farmer's market, buy local produce, order a Harvest Share. And then finally, if you live, we will be expanding into future markets, and we'd love to start a conversation at this event about future growth. Thank you so much for your time.
Can America reinvent the family farm and scale local food at a truly local level? We at Living Tower Farms believe the answer is yes. But as a country, we're going to have to think differently because it's going to look different. My name is Buck Adams. I grew up on a farm and joined the Marine Corps out of high school for service to my country. And in 2006, I started looking for what no one else was paying attention to in the area of sustainability. And I found local food. This led me into the exploration of controlled environment agriculture, where I learned that the United States is the last industrialized nations in greenhouse-grown crops. Remarkably, we've become net importers of fresh fruits and vegetables, and it's hard to believe this country cannot currently meet its citizens' demands. This became the catalyst to start Circle Fresh Farms, which I scaled from 12,000 square feet to a little over 5 acres in 3 years, becoming Colorado's largest organic greenhouse grower, supplying to Whole Foods, door-to-door organics, and others. In 2011, while still managing Circle Fresh, being a veteran, I decided to play it forward and start hiring and training other veterans. The response was so overwhelming, it caused me to step back and I asked myself, how can we turn these protectors into providers? And I started Veterans to Farmers. And while I was training my first group, it became obvious, how do we empower these guys and these providers to become business owners? And this became the vision of Living Tower Farms. Living Tower Farms' mission is simply to redeploy the community farm. Using a convergence of technologies and proven business systems is what makes this opportunity so exciting. It scales locally grown food nationally. Let me say that again. We have a profitable model that will scale the growing of local food on a national level. We're using patented vertical growing techniques, the latest controlled environment greenhouse technology, and this allows us to yield what is equivalent to 10 acres of land crops on less than an acre of land while utilizing about 10% of the water needs. Why hasn't this been done before? Technology, consumer demand, and investors were not ready. Now the efficiency in greenhouse ag, coupled with vertical growing techniques, has reached new levels. Consumer readiness and demand of local food is outweighing the supply, as we all know here, and the investor community is paying attention. Thank you, Woody. And local food has made a dent in corporate agribusiness. It has the attention of the industry. Rabobank, one of the largest lenders in industrial farm states, the demand for locally grown food has reached critical mass. The competitive landscape has changed. It is now a permanent mainstream trend. Our vision of the community farm leverages one of the fastest growing markets, which is the CSA direct-to-consumer model. This, plus our chosen technology, produces a 20% operating margin, over $500,000 gross annually, and all while utilizing 10% of the land, 10% of the water, and again, 10 times the yield. So let me tell you what we've been working on. Phase 1 is the veterans. With the City of Denver and a grant from the Denver Foundation making it possible. Training and hiring veterans is clearly the right thing to do, and veterans have a unique access to capital through the Patriot Express Act. Phase 2, we're currently in talks with 5 developers along the Front Range to replicate the training center as a community amenity and a hyper-local farm. Farms have become the new golf courses, and developers have realized that they're not just building homes, they're building community. We're asking for $4 million that will allow us to build out 7 farms along the Front Range over the next 12 months. But we can start with a $500,000 investment that will allow us, the first community farm, to hire veterans from the National Training Center. Phase 3 is about national expansion, and we will do this through franchising and corporate-owned farms. The unique thing about selling these farms to the veteran employees is that those capital gains are tax-free to you as an investor owner. We already have interest in California, Arizona, Florida, and Pennsylvania. The team, myself, Tim Blank, the inventor and patent holder for the vertical growing techniques, Jeff Olson in business development, Andrew Labby, corporate finance with startup experience, and Jessica, our sales manager, was the sales manager for the largest single farm CSA in the nation. Our pilot project, Evan Premer, one of my VTF graduates, is now a business owner thanks to a slow money loan recipient from the Boulder chapter. He has adopted the restaurant-supported agriculture model and now supplying to some of the top restaurants in Denver, along with our next presenter, Source Local Foods. We stand for local food and farmers. Invest in us and you become part of the solution that finally scales locally grown food on a national level. I hope you vote for us. That'll help move this project forward and change a couple lives. And I invite you all to reach out to localization partners and take a look at this magazine and read a little bit more about us.
Hello, my name is Aaron Perry, CEO and co-founder of Source Local Foods. I'm going to talk about local food distribution. Wait a minute. This looks a lot like business as usual. This is not business as usual. We are talking about a local food revolution, a cultural revolution, led by hundreds and thousands of food entrepreneurs nationwide.
Get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, that get a good feeling, yeah.
Source Local Foods distributes natural meats, produce, dairy, and grocery dry goods throughout Colorado. Source provides a critical market access and distribution link to hundreds of commercial stakeholders. Source Local Foods has been launched from the established distribution and marketing platform provided by our used cooking oil recycling company, Recycoil. Recycoil collects used fryer oil from over 1,000 restaurants and grocery stores and supplies the oil to commercial biodiesel producers like Blue Sun. With fleet and logistics capabilities from Recycoil, Source is delivering local food products to restaurants, grocers, ski resorts, and hotels, many of which are within walking distance of this theater. And these 2 trucks here are our entire fleet, which we're expecting to double this summer. Speaking of growth, we are growing. Founded in the summer of 2011, Source launched operations in April 2012, so we are right now celebrating our 1-year anniversary. In 2013, we expect to do between 1 and 2 million in top-line sales and to hit break-even later this quarter. We expect to approach 10 million in annualized sales in the year 2015 with a running EBITDA rate of 25%. To date, Source has utilized nearly $1 million in capitalization, including $290,000 in slow money loan from localization partners, $210,000 in truck financing from GE Capital, a $30,000 working capital loan from the Colorado Enterprise Fund, and almost $400,000 in working capital from Recycoil.
The chicken is a heritage breed, woodland-raised chicken that's been fed a diet of sheep's milk, soy, and hazelnuts.
Okay, this is local?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to ask you just one more time. And it's
But those small business metrics are not the only data that we're tracking. We are also working with food Jedis across the country to launch an entire galaxy of food data. Source the Food app, soft launching this week, is a directory-style app like Yelp and Urban Spoon, but it is a potential game changer, delivering real-time food sourcing information to the public. The data engine calculates source to destination food miles for each and every product, informs consumers which restaurants and grocery stores carry the awesome local foods they're seeking, and provides them quick and easy access to information about the food and the farmers and producers the food comes from. Source the Food app empowers people and shares the stories of hundreds of amazing farmers and food producers and the chefs that they're supplying. We are launching the app in Colorado, but this app is designed to revolutionize the local food movement in cities and communities across the country, including many represented here in the room tonight. We are also supporting key partners, 1% each of the top line going to the local food shift and the group formerly known as Soil Trust, now known as Gather Around. We are raising $500,000. The uses of that capital are twofold. We will ramp up our purchasing with working capital right here in Colorado, and we will also use capital to begin our national rollout of Source the Food app. I am blessed to work with an incredibly talented and dedicated group of people. Our intrepid management team and board of directors is guided by the experience and wisdom of our advisors, Richard Laubenstein and Bud Sorensen. Please join us tonight at 7 p.m. at Shine, right across the parking lot there, to help us celebrate the soft launch of Source the Food app and to acknowledge a real-life Jedi farmer from right here in Boulder County with this farm-to-table lightsaber, also known as a shafork. Thank you, and may the Source be with you.
Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Greenberg, and I'm the Executive Director of the Kitchen Coop, a new model for local food manufacturing. The Kitchen Coop is a cooperative manufacturing center and business incubator for the food industry. For a couple of years, ending in 2009, I worked as a management consultant for a $30 million, 300-employee manufacturer in New Mexico called Bueno Foods. Later in 2010, I worked for a 3-person, Boulder-based startup food company, and those experiences were exponentially different from one another. This small company required me to find a facility and staff for its seasonal production. What I found was a set of mediocre commissary kitchens designed for caterers and ill-equipped for packaged food manufacturing. Over the course of those 6 months, we struggled to produce efficiently. But we were not alone. Conversations with other tenants in that same commissary revealed the same problems were being shared by all. They had great products, there was excellent demand for local food, but poor execution was limited by inadequate resources, facilities, equipment, and people. There had to be a better way. From 2011 through 2012, I spoke with about 5 or 6 dozen different small companies and visited a dozen or so individual facilities. Local and regional manufacturers all suffered from the same issues. Co-packers wanted nothing to do with them. It looks like I'm having a little bit of an advance issue. Sorry. Co-packers wanted nothing to do with them. Shared space was less than ideal. Dedicated space was way too expensive to create. And equipment that was appropriate for their desired scale was too big for their bank accounts or too small for their future. The Kitchen Coop resolves this through time sharing, flexible production areas, and movable equipment that's designed to create lines of appropriate technology. In addition to shared production warehouse and office space, we offer a management team of over 45 years experience that helps our clients develop food safety programs, standard operating procedures, and prepare for third-party audits or gluten-free certifications. In addition to that, we have a network of professional consultants and suppliers that we're able to make more available to these small companies through the leverage of the collective. Although this project started 2 years ago, it was only 8 months ago that we took occupancy of our 22,000 square foot facility halfway between Boulder and Denver in nearby Broomfield. And it was only 2 months ago that we opened our first kitchen en route to 6 now complete. And it was 1 week ago that we signed our 10th client with over 100 more in the pipeline. Actually, it should really count as 11 because Source Local Foods we sublet space to them and share our warehouse and storage so that we can provide local distribution to our local manufacturers. Our plans are to add about 2 clients per month for the next year, with revenues increasing on a per-client basis as we offer more value-added services, such as employee leasing and accounting support. An investment made in the Kitchen Coop is a boon to a portfolio of natural food companies that can dramatically impact the local food economy, with a multiplier on these numbers when you consider the additional money spent in local sourcing and when that money revolves through the many employees and new jobs that we're creating. The Kitchen Coop is very much a slow money investment for me personally, having invested over $800,000 and secured an $800,000 bank loan to build out our facility and acquire equipment. But it will pay returns way beyond dividends if we are successful in making a new way for local food manufacturing. We are seeking additional resources to augment our staff and speed additional offerings in entrepreneur education, local sourcing and quality control, to add more equipment and capacity to our existing facility, and should we raise enough money to expand from a single site to a multi-local manufacturing company where small manufacturers in multiple locations sourcing from and selling back to multiple local food sheds. That's the Kitchen Coop's vision for changing the food manufacturing landscape. And if I can present my last slide, I can tell you about it. Tomorrow night is actually our grand opening where we hope to host 200 people in our 1,500 square foot facility. There is still room for more, and I look forward to talking about this with you further. Thank you so much.
It's almost lunchtime. Thanks for your time today, and thanks for bringing slow money to Colorado. My name's Chad Arnold, and I'm the CEO of Door to Door Organics. We're not only an organic and natural online food store, but we empower people to eat good food. We make deliveries out of 5 locations operating into 9 states, and we've grown over 800% in 4 years. I'd like to start with a little story. Once upon a time, before the 1930s, the U.S. was built around the farmer, the butcher, and the baker. They grew or produced what they could sell from a small shop near where the food was crafted and spoke to the people that ate their food every day. Over time, these artisans began to locate next to each other, delivering the same fresh, nutritious food, but with the added convenience to the customer. Then someone consolidated the marketing and distribution, and the supermarket was born. For the customer, it promised more selection, lower prices, more convenience. But separating the producer and the eater had some tragic consequences as well. Food was no longer about a personal relationship. It became a commodity, stable, shippable, and shopping became confusing and opaque. Since 1935, synthetic pesticides and fertilizers came into wide use. The farm base shrank from 6.1 million to 2.1 million. Obesity rates in the US skyrocketed from 14% to 30%. But technology has the power to democratize food once again, bringing the producer and the eater back together. It can make information easily accessible and widely available. It has the power to give small producers a greater opportunity to compete with agribusiness. And perhaps most importantly, it can help turn the complexity of food into the simplicity that we all want to get out of it: health, enjoyment, and community. We can rebuild a lifestyle around good food, and that's what Door to Door Organics is here to do. In bringing together technology and food, planning, shopping, cooking, eating, and engaging with your food community become one seamless experience. So we're building a good food hub that guides you to amazing food and inspiring meal, with an understanding of how it will make you healthier, with the knowledge of where and how it was grown, and it works. 88% of the people that shop with us say it helps them feel healthier. 83% say it's more convenient than other shopping options. 88% say they're doing a better job of supporting local producers. While we believe that the customer will drive the shift in our food system, curating good food is still at the core of what we do. And curation means building relationships and partnerships with the people that grow our food. It means developing expertise and doing the hard work to understand the unique character and the authenticity of what we sell. If we're going to ask people to change their behavior, we have to do it with integrity and we have to earn their trust. So we also walk our talk, and we built a company around a group of people that care about the journey, not just the destination. Integrity, honesty, values, we all know these things are important. But changing the trajectory of our food culture also requires running a sustainable, financially responsible, and scalable business. For years, people have questioned the economics of online grocery. Since 2008, Door to Door has grown from 20 to 200 employees, driven through profitability and cash flow. This forced us to be disciplined, to understand the core economics of the business model, and more importantly, the customer dynamics that drive trial, retention, and loyalty. The grocery industry is well over $600 billion, but only 2% of it is happening online, only 2%. But some of the largest grocers are now doing more than just talking about the future of online grocery. But we can't leave our future to the same thinking. Door to Door Organics is a leader in food and technology, has a strong operating base, amazing food, and loyal customers, and is standing at the edge of one of the great transitions in business and culture. To continue to lead, we must strengthen our buying power, hire top talent, and drive innovation, and remain focused on building the transformational shopping experience that will change how we eat. This fall, we will be opening up a B round of investment. We had a first round at the end of last year, and that really is why we want to engage with the slow food community, or the slow money community. So thanks for your time, and if you live in one of our delivery areas, of course, please visit us at doortodoororganics.com. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're the Esoteric Food Company from right here in sunny Boulder, Colorado. My name is Mara King, and this is Willow King, and we're actually not related, but we're definitely connected. In fact, we're all connected. We're connected by culture. It is in us, it is on us, it is all around us. Culture is usually thought of as a civilizing human force. We would like to take that definition and expand it to include microculture as well as macroculture.
Why all this interest in culture, large and small? Well, our business depends on it. We are fermenters. Fermentation, as we've already heard today, is an age-old food preservation technique that uses time and temperature to create delicious, live probiotic foods. These probiotics repopulate our digestive systems with the good bacteria that we need to have strong immune and digestive health.
You see, this is where community starts. Inside our bodies. We've learned from the recent work being done on the Human Microbiome Project that most of the cells in our body aren't even human. Microbes or bacterial cells outnumber our own cells by 10 to 1. Exploration of the human microbiome is currently one of the fastest growing fields in medical research. and it's a difficult field to study. Microbial worlds are diverse, complex, and delicate. In the last year, media has exploded with articles about the benefits of probiotics. Several important books on the subject are making their way into the mainstream, including The Art of Fermentation by Sandor Katz, forwarded by slow food champion Michael Pollan. Sandor posits a rather far-out idea in his introduction. What if culture is not just a civilizing human force? What if culture is also a civilizing microbial force? One thing's for sure, the idea that what happens on the inside affects what happens or affects our lives on the outside is gaining ground each day.
So what do? In the Esoteric Kitchen, we currently make 6 varieties of krauts and kimchis. There are samples outside in the lobby, so I invite you all to go try it. The Zuke pickled things we make are unique in their flavor profile, which is internationally inspired and informed by Mara's background in Japanese culinary traditions. We've created wonderful textures with the freshest ingredients and balanced flavors that are both exotic and familiar at the same time. We use the tagline, historically inspired, future-forward foods. This means we draw on the ancient traditions from around the world that have used fermented foods as medicine for hundreds of years. Korea, Japan, Scandinavia, and Russia, to name a few. We are taking this tradition of fermentation and catapulting it into the 21st century with clean, modern, recyclable packaging, a strong web presence, social media, and an education initiative to encourage more people to experiment with making and eating these life-giving foods. Fermented foods are one of the fastest growing trends in the natural foods industry. Probiotic sales in the US hit $2.25 billion last year, an increase from 79% in 2010. This category is growing exponentially, as you've heard today, and we are growing with it. Our products were first to market in our region and have created strong brand recognition. We want to build on this success in the national arena. This year, we are expanding to several new regions throughout the country. This will double our current sales, and we plan to double that number again in 2014 to exceed $1 million in revenue. We also have many other products that we would like to add to the Esoteric lineup and plan to debut a few of those by the end of this year.
When we started the Esoteric Food Company 2 years ago, our goal was to make the most authentic, high-quality fermented foods to share with our community and to build a healthy business. All of our ingredients come from organic, non-GMO farmers. We pay a living wage to our employees, and we run a zero-waste production facility. In fact, this is who eats our compost. We expected to sell in the Boulder area and local farmers markets, but the response was so great that by the end of our first full year, we were selling to a 10-state region. We have been profiled in local and national media, including Fast Company magazine. Our growth has been steady and strong.
We have grown this business very organically. Starting in the home kitchen and moving into our own factory with 5 full-time employees has been quite a ride. Our financing so far has been from friends and family and most recently from our Boulder Slow Money chapter. In this time, we've learned a great deal about our business model, and now we're ready to kick it into high gear. Our goal is to raise $250,000 of growth capital to give us increased buying power for large produce purchases from local farmers, to purchase key equipment that will increase efficiencies, and for our move into a large production facility to meet the growing demand for Zuke, and to spread the word about these products and the wonderful health benefits they can bestow. By helping us grow, you help a powerful movement in this country of health and vitality from farms to flora. Culture is everywhere.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Eric Kornacki, co-founder and executive director of Revision International, a not-for-profit organization founded in 2007 in Denver, Colorado. Revision grows self-sufficient communities by empowering resident-led initiatives. Our primary focus is addressing the lack of healthy, affordable food in low-income communities. We do this by investing in residents to become leaders and change makers, building a neighborhood's internal capacity to provide for itself. This approach lays the groundwork for comprehensive solutions to advance community food security and build a strong local economy. We are launching the Westwood Food Cooperative to tackle the plight of urban food deserts where both healthy food and good-paying jobs are scarce. The Westwood Food Cooperative is the result of a community movement that involves hundreds of residents and many organizations that Revision has brought together over the past 5 years. We currently work in Southwest Denver, concentrating in the Westwood neighborhood, one of Denver's many food deserts. In Westwood, as you'll see on the slide, 76% of the population is at risk to either be obese or overweight, which leads to higher rates of diabetes, high blood pressure, and other diet-related illness. The average per capita income in Westwood is barely over $11,000, compared to with Denver's average of over $37,000. But perhaps most telling is that 1 in 3 people are under the age of 18, making this Denver's youngest neighborhood, where 32% of children live in poverty. What kind of a future are they going to have? These conditions are the result of 60 years of disinvestment and exploitation by the extractive economy. We are working to reverse this paradigm by empowering residents to create a regenerative economy that is built upon a strong community food system. Since 2009, Revision has invested in low-income families, teaching them how to grow food right in their own yard. What began with 7 families only 4 years ago has now exploded into a community movement of empowering over 200 families to grow some of their food. The combined growing power of these families is over 1¼ acres, and we estimate that this year they will grow over 25,000 pounds of organic produce right in their community. We have also established 2 urban farms that will be part of this cooperative. One of these farms is managed by 40 Somali Bantu refugee families who were relocated to Denver in 2006 after spending 16 years in a refugee camp in Kenya. With our help, they're farming for the first time in over 20 years, reconnecting to their ancestral knowledge and planting seeds of a better future for their children. This year, they will grow over 30,000 pounds of organic produce, and like many of the families that we work with, they want to sell food to collectively pool their earnings for an educational fund for their children. This is what is at stake for Revision and why we have chosen the cooperative business model, a model that is owned by and controlled by its members. The cooperative will aggregate and sell surplus food that is grown, surplus food both within food desert neighborhoods and to the surrounding Denver metro area. Each member will get paid for what they sell, and at the end of the year, they will earn a profit based on how much they contributed. In the future, the cooperative will expand to produce value-added food products, manufacture compost, grow seedlings, and possibly own a community grocery store. We believe the cooperative business model embodies the principles of slow money, bringing money back down to earth and investing in self-sufficient communities. To that end, we are not competing against organizations like us. We are all allies. We are collectively competing against a different mindset, one that seeks to solve food deserts by plopping down a grocery store and walking away. This paradigm contends that to solve poverty, all you need to do is give jobs to Walmart and let them give tax breaks to Walmart and let them create jobs. The Westwood Food Cooperative can truly localize a food system while reclaiming food deserts and planting seeds that mature into self-sufficient communities. The cooperative will increase food production, increase food access, create good-paying jobs, and most importantly, generate wealth that is controlled by the community and stays in the community. This is the co-op model creating a regenerative economy. This is slow money. To make this dream become a reality, Revision needs $110,000 this year in startup and working capital for phase 1 of the co-op. As a not-for-profit organization, we receive the majority of our funding through grants and individual donors. It should be stated that the co-op will be a for-profit model that's standing on its own. I stand here today representing over 240 families like David here that couldn't be here because they are simply trying to make ends meet. Together, they are rising up to change their community, and I believe they are creating a model that can be replicated across the country. I ask you to join us. Thank you.
Colorado, can we be proud or what?
Okay,
Yes.
general comments, and we have
6 minutes, please,
for
for
7
that.
presenters.
For our respondents to give some Jedi feedback to this amazing group of entrepreneurs.
This was outstanding. I think it speaks to the quality of all of your lives and what you're putting your work into, and so I appreciate all of you. Speaking quickly, just want to point out that any and all business venture has unknowns in it and variables, and so to actually look and think about what you don't know, some of those you won't be able to answer. You can never know anything, but you'll be ahead of the game in looking at knowing what you don't know.
Yeah, I would say great presentations across the board, but they were heavy on what we do and a little light on what problem do we solve for our specific target customer.
Yeah, I would echo that. I think really identifying what pain point you're trying to solve in whatever business model you have is critical. And I think the one thing I would say is when we invest, I always ask the entrepreneurs where do they see themselves personally in 5 years and how fast do they want to grow, because that will dictate the kind of money they're going to need today as well as 5 years from now.
Since my points are addressed, I want to address something I think is larger across this panel, which is I love the fact that there's so many VET programs connecting to sustainable agriculture. We've heard 3 today. This is a tremendous opportunity and it's a wonderful pattern, and I want to know how we can build on that.
Just to echo a little bit, I think everyone has great stories, but I would really look hard at the business model of what you need the money for right now, what are you going to need it for in 5 years. And just another quick comment too, it's just super encouraging to see what's going on here. We're, I think, actually one of the few places in the country tackling the food desert issue. So, thank you.
Awesome. Okay, comments for Jim, M&M Local.
I guess I would ask, you know, how much is your model built on demand pull versus supply push? So if you're getting a lot of supply from farmers, but it's hard to sell in your model, how much is that going to hamper your business? And can you actually feed back to them what is the demand in the market and provide a service by effectively helping them to sell more of what they grow and shift what they grow?
Can we make sure to lean into the microphone? We have a couple people.
I would note,
thank you.
To think about the control on manufacturing as you scale, that there'll be variables and how you stay mindful of those as well as for sauerkraut.
I would just add the comment about being clear and deliberate about the distribution strategy as you grow and understanding, you know, how you're going to grow that market, whether it's direct to consumer, through distributors, through wholesale, because that can impact your margins.
Great. Okay, Buck, Living Tower Farms.
I had a question on the story of your connection relationship to the land. I know green vertical farming and it's exciting, but keeping that relationship in your story and what you're doing with your waste.
I would have liked to hear a little bit more of the technical aspect of the product. You know, how was it created? You know, how many of them have been out there? What's the history of it?
I'd like to know what next. You had a large expansion plan, and so where's the need fit? Is it just to get the concept going? And the expansion plan is great. It's just what's next.
Aaron, Source Local Food, and I want that.
So distribution of local focused, you know, you're going to have a lot of competitors that are doing niche distribution, but when you distribute local, it's seasonal. And so are you thinking about, you know, the seasonality of your supply and how competitors are going to fill that with non-local and how you compete with that?
It started with a wonderful pitch about the link to the biodiesel. I got that in the distribution, like, okay, you're on to building on previous sustainability successes, and then it shifted to a mobile app. And so there were 2 products that were being described, and it would be better to have maybe one.
Mm-hmm. That was really my piece of it too, is just the transition from the different markets, and then also where some of those revenues are really specifically coming from.
I'd be aware of the publicly traded company Where Food Comes From, the ticker's WFCF, and just how you complement what they're doing.
Okay, great. Jeff Greenberg, The Kitchen Coop.
So my biggest question was, how are these early stage businesses able to afford your services? What's your pricing model? Because I'm not clear on that and how you're able to cover your overhead.
You got me with movable equipment. And then I wanted to hear more about it. And that's a really great innovation, and the affordability to move equipment around is wonderful. There's a nugget in there that needs more explanation.
I wrote down great idea. I love the idea of sharing infrastructure. I wondered if you need shared culture in partners, and so if that's important as you consider who you partner.
Great. Okay, Chad, door-to-door organics.
To me, this is getting to be a pretty crowded space because more and more people are looking at alternative ways to get local food to market. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, and maybe in a future presentation, what's your value add? What makes you different from other folks out there doing the same thing or similar?
Yeah, and how would you build on that?
I would like to hear a little more history of if you've done already a Series A. What did you do? How did you get to where you are today, and a little bit more detail about the strategy. And the last piece is just more of the team that is with you and what's helped you get to where you are today.
Okay, Mara and Willow, pickled things from Esoteric.
So how are your products serving local farmers? You touched on that, but a little more on your sources of supply. And then sort of the exit dilemma. If you're building this business, I wasn't clear if you were building it to, sell it and make money for investors. If that's sort of the intention, how do you maintain that supply integrity if it's part of your story and if that's important?
I wondered, as you expand the investors, how you structure your new investors compared to your old investors.
You talking about doubling your sales, and again, I just would love to know who's on your team to help you execute on that.
Eric from Revision International.
What's the next step on the vision? It's a tremendous vision. And what I've known in this system work is the complexity aspects are getting the pathway, showing people the pathway. This is what we're doing next, then next, then next, but get it going.
Get an advisor that's an expert in the co-op business model. Maybe you already have it, but you might feature that because it's complex and there's some accounting challenges, et cetera, and it doesn't directly link to your current mission and what you're doing and the impact in the Westwood community, but you might tie those together a little better.
I wanted to hear a little bit more of the landscape of who else is in this movement. I think of the work happening up in Detroit, the Food Project Institute happening in New England, and thinking about it really is a movement that you're part of, so seeing who your allies are.
Great, thank you very much. Round of applause.
I would actually like to ask all of our entrepreneurs to please stand up. If this is not beautiful versatility. Before we break for lunch, we really, all of you, owe you a deep debt of gratitude. So I'll speak for myself that I am humbled by the dream that you're offering all of us, and even more than that, the daring and the doing that you're doing to really offer us the kind of economy that Carla was challenging us about. This gives us hope. Thank you so much. So we have a few things before we head off to lunch, and I'm glad to note that we are perfectly on time. So before we go into a couple announcements that are very important, including a special announcement about the Mama Chia Award, we have 2 one-minute slow money spice editions.
Hi, I'm Yoni Landau. I'm with COFED, all right? And I want to talk about the transformation of culture that we want to see like 10, 20 years down the line. COFED helps college students start food cooperatives We launched 2 years from Shelburne Farms as just an idea. Since then, we've trained over 400 students to start food cooperatives on their campuses. Just last month, our UCLA team got $15,000 for a food truck. Our NYU team got all of their pre-opening expenses for a cooperative cafe given to them by their school. And our Boulder team, that's in the house, they got free rent-free space for a storefront in Boulder. Wow, like the Arno moment, yeah. Marco moment. Also, we had our first cafe open in a rural Hispanic community in New Mexico. It's a community college, and they don't have any access to healthy food. We really want to work with community colleges, and to do this, we have $20,000 on the table as a challenge if we can raise $20,000. We've raised $11,000 so far. In the next week and a half, we just need $9,000 more to get our $20,000 match. So I just wanted to say thank you, love y'all, blessings.
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah Gant, and I am an MBA at BGI, also with Zach Gray, Symbionics. And I live with so much urgency, and I'm so excited to be here, meeting all of you and learning more about this. And I really see all of us coming together as a brain trust for our movement. And in addition to the education that we've experienced and the opportunities that we're creating for people to pitch their ideas, I'd like to see more networking and relationship building. I believe that we really need at this time more facilitation, more strengthening of our network. So to help that, I've started a hashtag, #SlowMoneyNow. Please share your purpose, share your story, share where you're working so that other people in real time can connect with you and you can make those connections in the remaining half of the day. I also have another hashtag, #SlowMoneyNext, for ideas to improve the movement. So, thank you.
All right, well, we have 3 more things before we're going to go off to lunch. We have some announcements, we have a special thank you to the entrepreneurs, and then we have some important housekeeping just to ensure that everyone understands what's happening this afternoon. So, we've all heard prior about the Mama Chia Award. I want to give you a little bit of guidance on what this award is for. So this award is first about dreaming big and ensuring that this company is in alignment with the Slow Money principles. So the first thing you're looking for is which of these entrepreneurs out of this stellar group of entrepreneurs do you feel most embodied the spirit of the Slow Money principles? The second is that they're actually actuating those principles in their communities so that they are actually doing this service in their communities. So who do you think has the best impact within their communities? The third element of the Mama Chia Award is to inspire others. So they're offering this award to support one of these entrepreneurs and inspire others. And the really exciting announcement is you've heard that the formerly called Soil Trust, now Gather Round, is going to kick off its gathering round right now. So Mama Chia has stepped forward again to offer a matching Gather Round contribution of $10,000. So that means that anyone that also chooses to gather round today or in the next bit, that they will match that $10,000. And this will then go to the People's Choice Award of one of these entrepreneurs. So we now are having 2 awards. We have the Mama Chia Award, and then we're going to have a Gather Round People's Choice Award, where again, if you are going online today and you're contributing money to the Gather Round Fund, that's going to be matched up to $10,000, so your money will be doubled. With that, we'd like to bring the entrepreneurs back on stage to offer another applause. Can you please all come forward? So as they're coming up, we want to offer our deep thanks. 25 extraordinary entrepreneurs who are delivering on Carlo's challenge to us to create a restorative economy, to create a connective economy that moves us away from being just consumers to being creators, co-creators of our economy and our future. And these are the entrepreneurs that are making this happen. So in thanks again for being brave fiduciaries that are delivering what we seek in our economy. Thank you so much. Thank you all. So, how do you want to connect with these entrepreneurs? Thank you so much. So your best way to connect with them is in person right now, where we're going to go to lunch. And a couple things before you go to lunch. So those Mama Chia ballots, we need to have those filled out and turned in. There are people at both doorways, preferably before you go to lunch. But the latest they can be turned in is 1:45. So again, can we please have there we go, the lights up. So if you want to talk to your neighbors, you want to get some advice from our excellent respondents here, please vote for your Mama Chia award and make sure that you turn those ballots in at the doorway. Another announcement. I know we're all hungry. We're still perfectly on time. I need just a few more minutes, folks. So lunch, again, thank you. A few more minutes. Again, we're actually a little bit ahead, so we will end this exactly when we promised. So lunch, all of the entrepreneurs are going to be over at Shine. If you walk out the door and go a block directly in front of you, the entrepreneurs will be there. Groups 1 and 2, our Northeast group and our Southwest group, will be in the 3rd room in Shine. So you walk into Shine, there's a big room, there's a middle room where there's a buffet, and then you can meet those two groups, groups 1 and 2, from the Northeast and from the Pacific Northwest, or sorry, from the West-West, Southwest. They will be in the 3rd room if you'd like to connect with them. The last two groups that you saw, they'll be in the 1st room. So it's a buffet, and we really encourage all of you to go and join and meet and talk with the entrepreneurs. Second, this afternoon are the sessions where you will be able to engage with your peers and with other experts. So if you open your book here, where your Mama Chia award or your ballot is, you'll see a whole list of breakout sessions. And we're going to have 2 sets of breakout sessions. So you want to choose 2 different sessions, one at the 2:30 and one at the 4 o'clock session. Some are held here, some are over in the hub, some are in Rembrandt. They're all, of course, within a few blocks from here. So again, please go to page 19. You're going to select your first session, and there'll be a second session at 4 o'clock. Very importantly, we're going to reconvene here. It says 5:30, so please show up a few minutes early, because we have a closing finale where we will both announce the Mama Chia Award and welcome that entrepreneur up on stage. So no one wants to miss that. That's going to be quite exciting. We're also going to be having, instead of keynote speakers, we have keynote listeners. An extraordinary group of entrepreneurs in the audience here that range from a warrioress in the food desert in Denver to the board of Whole Foods. So they are going to give some of their reflections to help us encapsulate and understand and take forward this amazing inspiration that we've experienced together. And then we'll also have an open town hall, a Quaker-style meeting, where we invite all of you to engage, to ask questions of the people up on the panel, the keynote listeners, of each other, so that we are parting this evening in the spirit of connectivity. Thank you so much. I think Woody has another announcement. We will see you at your sessions. We will see you back here again. If you can be back here by 5:25, that's very important so that we can begin our closing ceremonies.
I just wanted to clarify one process thing. Because Janie, as usual, is out ahead of us, and she was inspired to offer this other $10,000 match, there is no Gather Round website that's live yet. As of today, it still says the Soil Trust. No, this is just a procedural thing. So if you go on the Slow Money website and you go to the Soil Trust tab, there is a live website under Soil Trust that can receive your donations. So in order to just implement what Janie has so graciously challenged us with, if you feel, I'm not exactly sure how we're going to give that second choice award either. That's another thing. We don't have to, we're just going to add, no, let's just clarify. If we want anybody to do it, I think everyone's going to have the same question. So help me figure it out right now. You just want people to give more and just add it to the Entrepreneur Award, or are we going to give a second one? No, but does anybody have the process thing better than I do? How are we going to pick the second one? Just a second place. Got it. Okay, I'm there. I got it. All right. So I didn't get that part, but I know where the donations are going. They're going to the Soil Trust website. So no third one. That's too complicated. All right. So leave it to Carol to do that. All right. So is everybody clear? If you wish to contribute to a second prize, a second place prize, go to the Soil Trust website and give a donation in the next several hours. You have to, otherwise we're not going to be able to do it by the end of the day. And then Janie's going to match up to $10,000. So we'll just see whatever it is. Whatever it is, it is. It's a beautiful thing that she's doing. Everybody clear? Good. Okay.
I don't care. You shall forget about the children. You shall be free. When the good Lord set you free. Now, Sonny.
I've been a-grubbing on a little farm on the flat and windy plains. I've been a-listening to the hungry cattle bawl. I'm gonna pack my wife and kids. I'm gonna hit that western road. I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. Hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall, where the good rain falls a-plenty and the crops and orchards grow. I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. Well, my land is dry and crackling and my chickens they're a-cackling, 'cause the dirt and dust is a-getting in their craw. They've been laying Flint Rock eggs, I had to bust them with a sledge, and I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. Hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall, where the good rain falls a-plenty and the crops and orchards grow. I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. Well, my hogs and pigs are squealing, they're a-rocking and a-reeling, 'cause there ain't no water to waller in the draw. I'm gonna grab one by his tail, I'm gonna take him down a western trail, and we'll hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. Now my good old horse is bony, yes, he's dry and hungry too. You can see his ribs 3/4 of a mile. Throw my kids up on his back, band the bay horse and the black, and we'll hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. Hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall, where the good rain falls a-plenty, where the crops and orchards grow. I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. Well, my wife gets sort of ailing when that mean old dust is sailing, and she wishes for the days beyond recall. If the work there's in the future in that North Pacific land, so we'll hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall. Hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall, where the good rain falls a-plenty and the crops and orchards grow. I'm gonna hit that Oregon Trail this coming fall.
She don't like her eggs all runny. She thinks crossing her legs is funny. She looks down her nose at money. She gets it on like the Easter bunny. She's my baby, I'm her honey. I'm never gonna let her go.
He ain't got laid in a month of Sundays. A
caught him once and he was sniffing my undies. He ain't too sharp, but he gets things done. Drinks his beer like it's oxygen. But he's my baby and I'm his honey. I'm never gonna let him go.
In spite of ourselves, we'll end up sitting on a rainbow. Against all odds, honey, we're the big door prize. We're gonna spike our noses right off of our faces. There won't be nothing but big old hearts dancing in our eyes.